Quit playing dead. Sign the paper. A creased sheet of paper cracked across my face, the edge slicing my cheek. It stung. My eyes flew open. Above me, a kerosene lamp guttered yellow, and around it hung a few faces twisted by greed. This was. Before I could place it, a shrill screech went off in my ears. Linny, are you deaf? Your pa and I have talked it over. You're signing this whether you like it or not. The fine grain is for your brother's bride price. We're not pouring it down Lin Lan's bottomless pit. You want to save that short-lived thing so bad. Take her and get out and live on your own. Zhang Zihua stood with her hands on her hips, spit flying, her slab of a face all impatience and contempt. My head felt like it had been hit with a sledge. Shards of memory poured in and slammed themselves back together. Winter, 1976. Northeast China. Xiahe Village. The night the family split. My pupils drew tight. I'd been reborn. Back to the night I'd hated and regretted my whole life. Last time, on this very night, to scrape together my brother's bride price, my parents drove me and my gravely ill sister out into a 30 below winter. That night, my sister froze to death in a cowshed, and I, to save my own skin, knelt in the snow like a dog and knocked my head and begged, and got a beating and endless mockery for it. Don't blame Pa and Ma, brother. Lin, leaning in the doorframe cracking sunflower seeds, spat out a husk and drawled it out, snide. Xiaofang's family won't marry her off without the three big things. We've got no cushion. I don't get a wife. The Lin line ends with me. Big Sis's sickness is a bottomless pit. Better she goes quick and gets reborn. Don't be selfish and hold up my carrying on the family name. Your brother's right. Lin Dashin, crouched in the corner with his pipe, finally knocked out the bowl and said dully, You're the elder. You give way to the younger. Take this sack of potatoes. The old cowshed at the west end is yours. Sign it. Don't give the neighbors a show. A sack of potatoes. A derelict cowshed. 2 lives bought out. I looked at the 3 blood relatives in front of me, and the fog drained from my eyes and left behind a cold like 10,000-year ice. The cowardice and stupid filial piety of my last life vanished in that moment. I gave a cold laugh, my voice hoarse but carrying a chill that turned the stomach. To scrape up a wife for your second son, you'd hound your own daughter and your own son to death. That's what you call giving way. Zhang Zihua froze. Plainly, she hadn't expected the eldest, who normally couldn't be knocked into a word, to talk back. She blew up on the spot, hopping and jabbing at my nose. You want to rebel? That's your own brother. Your sister's a sickly thing that won't last anyway. She dies, she saves us grain. That's her contribution to the family. You heartless, ungrateful wolf. I raised you all these years for nothing. From under the ragged quilt on the Kong came a fit of coughing that tore at the chest. A hand, wasted to bone, reached out and clutched at my sleeve. Lin Lan's face was waxen, her eyes sunk deep, her breath more going out than coming in. Yeetzy, don't fight. I'll go. I won't drag you down. Just tell Pa and Ma you're sorry. Looking at my sister, one breath from gone, my heart felt like a great hand had crushed it. Last life, she thought of this blood-sucking family right up to her death and got not even a shroud for it. I turned my hand over and gripped her cold one and let my gaze go over the 3 of them like a blade. Where's the separation paper? Bring it. The room went dead a second. Lin Dashin looked up, surprised. Zhang Zihua and Lin stalled. Come to your senses? Lin caught on first, undisguised glee on his face, and shoved the crumpled sheet over. That's more like it. Sign, brother, and the sack of potatoes is all yours. I took it, didn't read a word, grabbed the stub of pencil off the table, and signed my name with a hard flourish, the tip tearing the paper, pressed clean through. I slapped the signed paper down on the table, and the lamp lurched. From today, Lin Lan and I have nothing more to do with this house. My voice was frighteningly calm. No hysterics, no wailing, only a resolve that chilled the blood. Live, age, sicken, die, each to his own fate. Someday when you're old, sick, crippled, don't come to me. And whether my sister and I live or die is no cause for your fake tears either. Zhang Zihua snatched the paper, checked the signature, and her face bloomed with a smile like she'd thrown off a great burden. Well, now you said it. The whole village can bear witness. You ever come begging, don't come to my door. She tucked the paper against her chest, then flipped like a page and pointed at the door. Signed, so get out. Don't leave your bad luck in here to spoil the good. I said nothing. I went to the Kong, gathered up my sister, quilt and all. She weighed 60, 70 Gene at most, and hoisted her onto my back. She was too light. Light enough to make me shudder. Yeetsie, where are we going? She sobbed against my back, despair drowning her. Home, I said low and firm. Our own home. I hooked the sack of potatoes, 30 Gene, the whole of our provisions, in one hand, held my sister with the other, and walked to the door. There I stopped, my back to the so-called home, to the three of them already gloating over the burdened shed. This sack of potatoes, I'm taking it. I turned my head, my cold gaze landing on Lin Air, already reaching for seeds to celebrate, and the corner of my mouth curled. Second brother, since you want a wife so badly, I wish you many sons and grandsons, and a long, long life. It should have sounded like an ordinary blessing. In my cold voice it came out as something else, a curse. I didn't wait for a reaction, kicked the door open and walked out into the storm without looking back. Behind me the rotten door swung on its hinge with a wretched shriek. Inside, Lin Air shivered for no reason, his seeds scattering to the floor. Ma, why do I feel like Big Brother's off tonight? That look gave me the creeps. Pa, he's a coward. What's off about him? Zhang Tsuehua spat, contemptuous. Putting on airs to scare who? You watch. Inside 3 days he'll be kneeling at our door begging for a bite, and I'll make him knock 100 kowtows first. The wind screamed like ghosts wailing. A Xia village night was cold enough to split stone. I trudged through snow past my ankles, the wind whipping my thin, old coat like a lash. But I couldn't feel the cold. The fury in my chest and the wild joy of a second life ran together and set my blood boiling. Out. Finally, clean out of that man-eating swamp. Penniless, the road ahead unknown, but away from those bloodsuckers, with decades of a past life's experience behind me, I'd make something of myself. Yeetsie, put me down, the wind's too much, and you're weak too. My sister shivered against me, her voice breaking up. Don't talk, sis. Keep your mouth shut. Don't take in the wind. I set my teeth and only walked faster. The cowshed at the west end sat alone at the foot of the mountains, abandoned by the production team a dozen years back, walls open to the wind. Half its tiles caved in, a place even a beggar would scorn. Tonight, it was the only shelter we had. I pushed the sagging door open on a wave of moldy rotten straw. Pitch dark inside. Only a little snowlight through the hole where a window should be. I set my sister carefully on the half-collapsed earthen Kong, felt around for dry grass to lay under her, and tucked the ragged quilt tight around her. She coughed, each one like she'd cough up blood. My mind raced. This couldn't wait. Emphysema with infection, in an age with no doctors and no drugs, was a death sentence. Without anti-inflammatories, without nourishment, she wouldn't last the winter. And all I had was a sack of potatoes, not even enough to keep her breathing. Despair? No. I clenched my fists till my nails bit my palms. Living a whole life over, if I couldn't even protect the one person left to me, I'd be better off dead. Money, medicine, food, all of it I'd have to seize with these two hands, fight for. I shot to my feet, my gaze cutting through the broken window to the far-off Changbai Mountains, crouched in the dark like a great beast. Live by the mountain, eat off the mountain. It was the only way out. And right then a flat, mechanical voice went off deep in my skull. Hosts fierce will to survive and to avenge detected. System activation conditions met. The branch and leaf, strongest clan system is binding, 10%, 50, 100. Binding complete. I went rigid, and then a wild joy surged up. It was the thing out of the web novels I'd read in my last life. A cheat. It had landed. Novice gift pack issued. Open now? I drew a breath, holding down a voice trembling with excitement, and roared it inside. Open. Congratulations, host. Novice gift pack opened. Reward 1. Grandmaster level hunting skill. Note, this too is an inheritance. You instantly command every cold weapon hunting method in human history. Jungle tracking, trap laying, bow, crossbow, javelin, all at the peak of human craft. The mountains are now your garden. Reward 2. Perfect physique enhancement. Note, your strength, speed, endurance, and senses rise to several times a normal man's limit. This body is no longer a burden, but your strongest weapon. Before I could take it in, A scalding current like magma came out of nowhere in my belly and rushed to my limbs. I grunted and gripped the edge of the Kong. Pain, but a fierce pleasure too, like every bone in me was being shattered and reset, every muscle fiber torn and rebuilt. Muscle that years of hunger had left shriveled began to fill and swell, taut and strong as steel cable. A crackling ran through me like beans popping in a pan, and in a few seconds the tearing was gone, leaving a strength and clarity I'd never known. I straightened slowly. I felt light as a feather with a dragon coiled inside me. I closed my fist, and a hard clod of earth brick on the ground crumbled to powder in my hand. This is strength. In my last life, however much money I had, this sickly body was always my regret. By the end, I could only lie in bed and cling to breath. Now I had the strongest capital there was to stand on in this savage age. I looked at the system screen again. Host, Linny. Age, 20. Physique, 30. Average is 10. Skill, Grandmaster Hunting, Max. Clan members, 2. Lin Lon, Near Death. Clan assets, Destitute. Main quest opened, First Bond. Description, a true strong man is not only strong himself, his clan must flourish. Find a member of the opposite sex rated 80 or above and complete a first intimate contact. Reward, 1 random bronze chest, plus 100 points. Side quest opened, First bucket of gold. Description, in this age of scarcity, without money you can't take a step. Obtain wealth worth over 50 yuan within 24 hours. Reward, a basic personal space. Note, a first intimate contact earns a large reward. Getting a partner pregnant earns a large reward. Making a partner happy earns points. At the side quest, reward my breath caught. A personal space. That was a divine tool for a life on the move. With it I could bring big kills home unseen, no one to covet them, no chance of getting tagged a speculator. I had to have it. As for that First Bond main quest, I set it aside for now. A woman? Once I'd eaten my fill and had money, what woman couldn't I have? Right now the only thing that mattered was saving a life. I looked back at my sister, sunk in the ragged batting, her breath thinning, a sick flush on her face. No more waiting. Into the mountains, now. I dug through the corners of the shed and turned up a mulberry wood bough I'd once fooled around with, and a rust-eaten cleaver. The bough was wretched work, its string a few strands of frayed hemp twisted loose. 3 arrows in the quiver, the head sheet iron I'd ground myself, the shafts not even straight. Junk. But the instant my hand closed on the bow, a bone-deep familiarity welled up, the muscle memory the Grandmaster skill gave me. Even junk, in a master's hand, sings. I tore strips off my rags and wound them on the string for grip, trimmed the fletching with the cleaver, every motion flowing like I'd done it 10,000 times. It'll do. I stuck the cleaver at my back, shouldered the 3 arrows, and looked at my sister one last time. Sis, wait for me. Tonight we eat meat. I swore it silently, pushed the sagging door, and strode into the storm. Deep night, Shaha lay dead silent, only a dog barking somewhere far off. I kept off the main road, ghost silent across the waste behind the village, straight for the spur of the Changbai Range. Before, going into the mountains in weather like this was suicide, sealed passes, beasts come down to feed, even old hunters didn't dare the deep hills by night. But now my senses ran 3 times a normal man's. The dark was daylight to me. The storm's roar filtered out on its own, leaving only countless small, clear sounds. Field mice digging under the snow, an owl's wings up in a far treetop, wind hissing through dead grass. That command of everything drunk me on itself. I ran the knee-deep snow at frightening speed and made almost no sound. 5 kilometers in 20 minutes, and I came to Laohe Go, the gorge between 2 peaks, named for the timber that grew dense and black in its endless shade. I stopped, crouched behind an old pine, and eased my breathing. I smelled it, the rank musk a beast carries, mixed with pine resin, drifting on the cold. Strong. A big one. I narrowed my eyes and followed the wind. 100-odd meters ahead, in a stand of brush, a huge black shape was rooting the snow for grass roots or frozen fruit. A boar. And a true boar king. By the snowlight, I could make out the back humped like a small hill, the black bristles standing like steel needles, the 2 tusks glinting cold white in the moonlight. 300 gene at least. A boar that size had thick hide and thicker fat, caked with pine oil and frozen mud, natural armor. An ordinary homemade gun might not even punch through, let alone this broken bough in my hands. Missed the killing blow, and a raging boar king could snap a tree the width of a bowl and tear a man to shreds. My heart quickened. Not fear. Excitement. 300 gene. At black market rates, 7, 8 mao a gene. This one pig's better than 200 yuan. 200. In a year, a worker earned 20 odd a month. It was a fortune beyond imagining. That money was my sister's medicine, our winter grain, and more. This boar had to die. I drew an arrow slow and knocked it. I didn't shoot. I waited for the one perfect chance. A boar's eyes are poor, but its nose and ears are keen. I stood downwind. My scent carried off. That was my edge. But I had 3 arrows, and the bow's pull was too weak to break that hide anywhere but one place, the eye. One shot, clean through the eyeball into the brain. I held still as a carving, snow melting on my lashes. The boar king, sensing nothing, snuffled the ground and drifted toward me. 80 meters. 50. 30. The stink came near enough to gag on. I could see the icicles hung in its hair. Now, as it turned its head and gave me the side of its face, I moved. Slack muscle went taut all at once. I was a fully drawn bow. Draw, aim, loose, the whole run of it inside a tenth of a second, too fast to see. The string cracked in the still forest, and the rusted iron arrow tore a dead straight line through the storm, shrieking for the boar king's right eye. Grandmaster technique, killing blow. A wet thud, like a blade into cured hide, clear in the dead silent wood. The arrow buried itself in the socket. The boar king screamed, not a pig's cry but a train whistle shriek. And I don't finish that part. I'll only say it didn't drop. Its huge body thrashed, its head whipping to fling the shaft loose, and its remaining eye had gone blood red and locked onto me 30 meters off. This man blinded me. The ground began to shake. It gave up the useless thrashing, dug in its hooves, blew twin jets of steam, and sank low, a heavy tank loaded to charge. My pupils shrank. It meant to finish it. A 300 gene boar's death charge, met head-on, would send a grown black bear backing away. Run? The thought lasted 1/100th of a second before I killed it. I couldn't run. My sister was waiting on the money that was her life, and this boar was the whole of my hope. I died, she died. In the space of a spark, my mind, under the Grandmaster's skill, went utterly cold. I swept the ground, old pines to the left, a gentle snow slope to the right. There. The instant I had it, the boar king launched, a black bolt wrapped in flying snow, coming at a speed all wrong for its size, the rank wind hitting me from meters off. I didn't back away. I drew a breath and stepped toward it. The broken bough was already dropped in the snow. In my hand was the rusted cleaver. 30 meters. 20. 10. The tusks were on me. I could see the mad threads of blood in that one eye. As beast and man were about to collide, I twisted hard to the left, the perfect speed and balance of the enhanced body showing full, and slid past the sandpaper hide by a hair, like a leaf blown off in a gale. A great crash. The boar, unable to check its charge, drove headlong into the pine behind me. The whole tree shook, snow sheeting down and half burying it, the impact stunning it in place for a beat. The chance. I sprang back like a leopard and came down astride its neck, legs locking round the thick throat. I didn't waste the cleaver on that armored back. I brought it down where the soft spot sits, where the neck joins the skull, the hub of the spinal nerves, and put it in with everything I had. That's where I'll leave it. Its great body seized, then toppled like a small hill, driving a crater in the snow, and the light went out of the blood-red eye. It was over. I slid off, heaving, chest working like a bellows, the exhaustion crashing in as the adrenaline drained. But looking at that mountain of a trophy, I smiled. The first true smile since I'd come back. Sis, you're saved. I laid a hand on the still warm hide. 300 gene of meat, 200 yuan, and the nourishment to bring her back. All of it here. And then, looking round at the thing lying in the snow, heavier than 2 of me, a new and very practical question sat down in front of me. How was I going to get this monster back to the village? The heat rose off it in white fog against the 30 below cold, thick with blood smell. Get it home how? Not alone, not with 2 more strong men. Could I drag a whole boar out of the deep hills? and a whole carcass was too loud. Seen, it would draw endless trouble and hungry eyes. My glance fell on the cleaver still buried in its neck, and it came to me. Butcher it here. Before, unthinkable. Dressing a boar is fine work and heavy work both, and no ordinary hunter gets it clean in half a day with every tool. But now the Grandmaster skills knowledge sat in my head like a living encyclopedia, telling me every joint and grain and how to break the thing down with the least effort. I pulled the cleaver, crouched, and set to. First, bleeding it, a deep opening at the throat, the hot blood gushing and freezing dark red on the snow. Drain it clean, and the meat keeps and stays good. Then skinning, the hardest step, tough hide fused to fat, but in my hand the rusty cleaver turned to a scalpel, every cut parting hide from flesh just so, and in a dozen minutes a whole hide big enough for a mattress lay spread on the clean snow. Clean, unhurried, art. Then the cavity, the organs out. Heart, liver, lungs, good things, quick nourishment for my sister. The intestines, a rare delicacy. I wiped them with snow and set them on a corner of the hide. Then the meat, foreleg, rump, tenderloin, belly, no thinking needed, muscle memory guiding the cuts along the bone seams. Each stroke ruler clean. Inside an hour, the fearsome boar king was a neat stack of parts. I picked out the tenderest loin and the liver, wrapped them in cloth for my sister's soup tonight. The rest was my capital for the first bucket of gold. I tore lining from my coat, found tough vine, and bound the meat into loads. The snow had thinned. The sky's edge was going fishbelly pale. I had to be back before the village woke. I drew a breath and let the enhanced strength move. I lashed the great hide and all the organs into one huge bundle on my back, then hooked vine round 2 loads of hind leg meat, over 150 gene together, and heaved. Up. A weight that would flatten a grown man came up, and I only sank a little, my steps steady, hide and organs on my back, more than 100 gene of meat dragging behind, and set off for Shah. In the last dark before dawn, a figure moved across the white waste, blood-soaked, ragged, carrying a mountain of a harvest, each step sinking deep. And I knew that when I hauled this thing back into that dead village, it would raise a storm. And the ones who'd mocked me and cast me out, what fine faces they'd make. The first to see me was the village's early rising gossip, Wang Matsi, out to empty her night soil. She reached her gate, looked up, and saw a tall figure far off across the snow, dragging a hill of something bloody toward the village. Mother of mine. The night bucket crashed from her hand. She rubbed her eyes, looked hard, and stood thunderstruck. Wasn't that the Lin boy they'd thrown out? And what he dragged? A skinned giant boar. He killed a huge boar in the mountains. The screech tore the morning open. Dogs went off first. Then doors creaked and sleepy villagers craned out, cross at whoever was breaking their dreams, and then followed her pointing finger, and every trace of sleep vanished. I came up the road step by step, bare-chested in a thin torn shirt, the corded muscle showing bronze, last night's blood and frost crusted on me, so I looked like a demon walked out of hell. And behind me, the great butchered carcass on its vine, white fat, red meat, the huge frame, the whole hide big as a blanket laid on top, a picture of raw wildness and enormous wealth. Heaven, that's got to be 300 gene, an old hunter breathed, shaking. 3? Look at that frame, 400. He brought it back alone, thrown out last night, and rich by morning. The crowd boiled over, shock, envy, spite braided across their faces. In a year when a pork coupon was worth more than a life, that heap of meat was a mountain of gold on the move. But I looked at none of them, my eyes cold, not resting a second on any shocked or greedy face, and dragged my harvest straight through the crowd to the forgotten cowshed at the west end. My aim from first to last was one thing only, that my sick sister would eat meat and drink soup today. I disappeared into the shed's broken doorway, but the shock I left behind rolled through Shaha like a 12-force quake. Word flew, and every word of it reached the Lin courtyard at the east end, the house that had just thrown me out. Zhang Tsihua and Lin Dashan, spooning thin porridge, dropped their bowls at the neighbor's embellished telling. Lin Air shot up off the Kong, greed and disbelief all over him. A 400 gene boar? 200 yuan? The good-for-nothing they'd bought off with a sack of potatoes, the richest man in the village overnight? Zhang Tsuawa's fat face twisted with envy and regret, her triangle eyes throwing off greedy light. No, he's Lin blood. He killed it, so it's Lin family meat. Come on, we go get it. That meat, we take half. In the cowshed, a fire I hadn't lit in a life burned in the ruined stove. A chipped clay pot bubbled on it. I dropped thin-sliced liver into the boil for 10-odd seconds till it changed color and scooped it out. No scallion, no ginger, no oil or salt. Only the plain meat smell, but in an age of no meat it pulled the soul more than any feast. The smell woke Lin Lan. She dragged her eyes open, and the cloudy pupils fixed on the bowl in my hand. Sis, awake. I blew on it and sat her up against me. Eat while it's hot, it builds blood. She stared at the meat, her throat working, and the tears came first. Ye'd see this meat, where from? Her voice shook with fear. You didn't steal, killed it in the mountains. I cut in, bringing liver to her lips. A 300 gene Borking. From now on we eat meat every meal. Open. She opened mechanically. The soft liver, the long-lost meat warmth bursting on her tongue. She chewed and wept, big tears dropping into the bowl. This was the meat that saved her life, the meat her brother had traded his life for. I didn't coax her, I only fed her, spoon by spoon. A bowl of liver soup down, and color came back to her paper-white face, her breathing eased. Sleep, I said, laying her flat, tucking the quilt. When you wake, there's better. Weak as she was, with food under her, she went under fast, a soft snore rising. I looked at her peaceful sleeping face, and the nerve held taut all night loosened a little. Then I turned to the mountain of meat in the corner. Wealth. And trouble. Before I'd settled how to handle it, the sagging door took a hard kick from outside. Open up. Linny, you dead brat, open this door. Zhang Tsuewa's shriek came through the boards and shredded the quiet. Lin Lan startled awake, curling on instinct, a marrow-deep terror in her eyes. I frowned, patted her shoulder, don't be afraid, rose, and went to the door. I'd barely drawn the bar when it slammed open. Zhang Tsuewa charged in first, Lin dashing behind her sucking his pipe, Lin Air craning eagerly at the rear. 3 of them. 3 starving wolves come to the smell of blood. Zhang Tsuewa's first look wasn't at her eldest son or her dying daughter. Her eyes fixed like iron to a magnet on the red and white heap of pork in the corner, and I clearly heard her swallow. Merciful heaven. She gasped, her slab face flushing drunk excited. It's all meat, how much meat? Lin Air lunged straight for the great hide, hand out, muttering. We're rich, that skin alone's tens of yuan. Take your filthy hand off. A cold voice cut in. His hand froze in the air. He turned into my flat, temperature-less eyes, and for no reason he could name. The brother he used to beat and curse at will now made his skin crawl. His hand shrank back. Something you want. I stood in front of the meat, looking at the 3 of them cold. Zhang Tsuewa came to at the words, her triangle eyes flaring, the shrew rising in her, hands on hips, spit flying. What? I'm your mother. Can't I come see my son? You heartless thing, you kill a boar this size and don't think to bring it home. And I've got to fetch it myself? Have you no mother in your eyes at all? Mother. I twitched a mocking smile. The separation paper you had me sign last night, black on white, forgotten it already? This is my home. That home of yours, has it anything to do with me? You. She choked, then swept a domineering hand. That was talk in anger. Split or not, break the bone and the tendon still connects. You crawled out of my belly. Split house or no, what's yours is your mother's. And she began, greedy, to divide it up by pointing. Here's how it is. Your pa and I won't take much. Keep 100 gene of this pork, plenty to build up that short-lived, that Lin Lan. The rest, your brother carries home. Right. Lin Air nodded, eyes shining. Brother, look at this ruin. Wine through every wall, the rats'll gnaw the meat. Pa, and I'll keep it for you. And when we sell it, we'll save the money toward your bride price. And the hide makes a mat for your brother. His back's bad, can't take the cold, Zhang Tsuewa added, matter of fact past all shame. I looked at them, at faces ugly beyond words. These were my family. Last life, this so-called kinship had shackled me my whole life. Worked me like an ox, and left me to die miserable. Even reborn, facing this shamelessness again turned my stomach. Finished? I asked flatly. Lin Dashin, silent till now, knocked his pipe and put on the head of house voice. Eldest, listen to your ma. You can't guard this much meat alone. Too many envious eyes in the village. Bring it home, Paul watch over it. We're one family. Who'd cheat you? One family. I chewed the words and suddenly laughed. Last night, forcing me to sign, throwing me and my dying sister out. How come you didn't say one family then? Handing me a sack of sprouting potatoes to live or die on. How come not one family then? I stepped forward, and the blood smell off me drove Lin Dashin back half a step. Now you see me with meat and money, and suddenly it's one family again? Lin Dashin, Zhang Suehua. Can a person really be this shameless? The last, one word at a time. The air seemed to freeze. Was this Linny? The uncomplaining, cringing eldest who wouldn't make a sound under a slap? You've turned on us. Zhang Suehua came to, her face gone liver purple with shamed rage, and raised her palm to strike my face as she always had. You little beast, you'd curse your own parents. I'll beat you dead, you ungrateful wolf. The old habitual viciousness whistled down. Every other time I'd have ducked my neck and taken it. Not this time. A crack. Not palm on face, but an iron clamp hand shutting round her wrist. I held it, expressionless, and pressed. Ow. It's breaking. My hand's breaking. She howled like a stuck pig, buckling. Old man. Second son. Are you dead? The beast's killing his own mother. Lin Dashin and Lin Air's faces changed. They traded a look and made to rush me. Let's see who dares. I flung my arm and threw her 200 gene bulk staggering back onto her backside like a sack, then bent and took up the slaughter cleaver from beside the meat, black-red blood still frozen on it, the edge glinting in the dim. Their half-raised feet stopped dead in the air. I held the cleaver one-handed, my eyes frighteningly calm, like looking at livestock for the block. The paper says plain, each to his own. I thumbed the blood crust on the edge, my voice soft, and every one of them felt the cold crawl into the seams of their bones. This meat, I traded my life for. Anyone who wants to take it, trades his life for it. I raised my eyes to Zhang Zuohua, scrambling to make a scene, and let the corner of my mouth curl cruel. This blade only knows blood. It doesn't know faces. A killing air came off me, the aura only a hunter who's truly seen blood carries. Her wailing cut off like a duck with a hand round its throat. She looked at my emptied eyes and the stinking cleaver and the curses jammed in her throat. Lin Air hid behind Lin Dashin, calves cramping. Lin Dashin's face went iron gray, lips shaking, and he didn't dare take another step. In the shed there was only the fire's crackle and their heavy breathing. But this was only the start. The blood and rust smell hung in the moldy air, smothering. Zhang Sawa sat on the ground, the cold biting up through her, but nowhere near as chilling as the swaying cleaver. She opened her mouth, and every shrewish trick died under my unmoved gaze. You dare, Lin Dashin ground out at last, his voice shaking like a dead leaf. I'm your father. You'd rebel. Father. I gave a small laugh and flicked my wrist. The cleaver whistled down and bit the frozen earth an inch from his toes, sunk 3 fingers deep, the handle humming. He yelped, jumped back, caught his heel on the threshold, and went over flat on his back. Wretched. You're fit for that. I pulled the blade, wiped the dirt on my soul, my voice cool. Last night, when you threw my sister and me into the snow to die, whatever father and son we were ended. Now you covet the meat? Too late. Get out. One word, like a thunderclap. Lin Air, terror-cracked, scrambled to haul up his mother and father, and the 3 of them propped each other and stumbled out like beaten dogs. But past the door, the cold wind seemed to bring the shrew back into Zhang Zuohua. Seeing the dozens of villagers gathered to watch, she found her footing, plopped down in the snow, slapped her thighs, and wailed. There's no justice. A son would murder his own parents. Come look, everyone. This heartless, ungrateful wolf. He gets meat and disowns his mother and father, takes a knife to us. Tears and snot, her voice carrying far in the still morning. The villagers pointed and murmured, some pitying, some gloating, most watching me with flickering eyes. In that age, filial piety was greater than heaven. A son turning a blade on his parents was a thing to be cursed for a lifetime. I stood in the doorway watching the crude performance. I knew, if I didn't crush this outright, the flies would keep coming. Cleaver in hand, I walked out into the snow. The crowd went silent. I stopped before her and didn't argue, didn't trade curses. I only drew out the signed separation paper, shook it open, and held it up for all to see. Uncle Wong, Uncle Zhao, your village elders, you read. My voice was low but reached every ear. Last night, in this storm, they bought out mine and Lin Lan's 2 lives with a sack of potatoes. Black on white it says, live, age, sicken, die, each to his own. A few older villagers came to look, and their faces went interesting. It was too final. It even said we weren't to be buried in the family ground. Since it's cut, we're 2 families. I put the paper away, my gaze sweeping the crowd. I'll say it here. I turned and dragged the cleaver hard across the snow, a deep furrow between me and the 3 Lins and every watcher. This line is the boundary. This is my home. Every liang of meat, every blade of grass in it, I traded my life for. Anyone who crosses this line to take what's mine or to bully my sister. I set the point to the line, my voice frigid, my eyes on Zhang Zihua, who'd screamed loudest. This blade only knows blood. It doesn't know faces. Her wailing stopped like a strangled duck. She knew I meant it. Go on making a scene, and this madman would truly move. The watchers were struck dumb too. The meek Lin Yi was gone, and a hard man no one dared cross stood in his place. Get out. One last word. Lin Dashin's face went purple, knowing the day was lost past all saving. He hauled up the still-stunned Zhang Zihua and Lin Er and shoved through the crowd, fleeing. I felt nothing watching them go. I turned back to the villagers still lingering. Everyone break it up. Anyone with a real need, short of a taste of meat, can bring something to trade. But here, I don't keep idlers, and I don't keep ingrates. Their eyes lit. Trade for meat, a fine thing. And the tension eased, and many put on ingratiating smiles and greeted me before drifting off in 2s and 3s. With that one round, I was planted in Shaha for good. Hard enough, with meat, and able to get things done. That was the standing that strength brings. I didn't hurry inside. My gaze had caught, under an old locust tree not far off, a woman in a washed pale blue floral coat, holding a girl of 3 or 4 by the hand, watching timidly. She was very lovely, an oval face, peach blossom eyes, a soft southern water gentleness that even a famished pallor couldn't hide. The thin coat looked wretched in the wind, and the little girl, nose running with cold, stared wide-eyed at the still dripping pork in my hand and sucked her fingers. Li Xiuyan, the village's comely widow. Memory rose at once. Her husband died on a work site. His in-laws seized the compensation and drove her to the broken thatch hut beside the cowshed to scrape by with a daughter. Last life, the day after Lin Lan died, when I fainted starving in the snow, it was this woman who secretly pressed half a black bun on me and pulled me back from death. And later, unable to bear the village's slander and her in-laws' pressure, she threw herself in the river one night. That half a bun I remembered my whole life. I looked at her flinching eyes, and something moved in me. The first Bond quest wanted a rating of 80 or above. Wasted and worn as she was, the grace and goodness in her ran well past it. And she was in dire straits now. I looked down at the belly cut on the hide, took a piece, and walked to the locust tree. Seeing the fearsome man come at her, Li Xiuyan went visibly frightened, pulling her daughter behind her, ducking her head to leave. Sisterly. I stopped her, my voice not cold now, but with an unnoticed gentleness in it. She halted, looked up scared. Brother Lin, is there something? I came up and, without a wasted word, held out the meat. Take it. She froze. It swayed before her, red lean, white fat, a rich raw fragrance. Her daughter Yaya's eyes went straight to it, and she swallowed and piped, meat. Li Xiuyan waved her hands in a panic. No, I can't. It's too dear. I can't take it. In that age, a fugine of pork was a gift that could save a life. Sisterly, take it for Yaya. I gave her no chance to refuse, tucking it into the broken basket she used for wild greens, my tone brooking no argument. When my sister was gravely ill, you helped once. Lin E remembers that. Take it. I've plenty. I looked at her hands, coarse and red from labor, and her eyes, frightened but clear as water, and thought, this life, since I have the power, I won't let you walk that road again. She held the heavy basket, dazed, and watched me turn and go, tall, straight, a mountain against the snow that might block the wind and rain. A warmth she'd never known moved through the long parched field of her heart. She didn't notice the pair of bean-small triangle eyes fixed on the scene from a wall corner nearby. Wang Matzi, neck pulled in, a leering, venomous smile on her pockmarked face. TSK, drives off his own parents, then goes chasing the pretty widow. Linny, this time you've fallen right into my hands. Her face twisted with excitement, like she'd caught the scent of something better than pork. The scent of a rumor beginning to ferment. Li Xiuyan carried the broken basket home like a fragile jade Buddha, and only when she'd barred the door of patched planks did her heart slow. 5-6 gene of the best 3-layer belly, fat 2 fingers thick. In a year when even a New Year's dumpling wasn't sure, it shone brighter than gold. Ma, meat. Yaya toddled over, clutching the basket rim, sniffing hard, drool at her mouth. Looking at her daughter's eyes, made big by long hunger, Li Xiuyan's tears came again. Since her man died, mother and daughter driven to this ruin, they'd not had meat, not had a full meal. The mother-in-law came every few days to curse her as a jinx, and idle men rapped at her window at night. More than once she'd thought of the rope and the roof beam. And today, the the whole village looked down on, just cast out himself, had given them a way to live. That tall figure was branded on her heart like an iron. "M'all cook it now." She wiped her eyes and lit the fire, and, not willing to stew at all, cut a piece of fat to render oil, sliced some lean, and stewed it with cabbage stalk from the field into a full pot. The long-lost smell filled the drafty hut. Yaya ate great mouthfuls from a chipped bowl, hissing at the heat, unwilling to spit any out. "Slow down, no one'll take it." Li Xiuyan stroked the girl's dry hair, not touching her own chopsticks, looking toward the cowshed, her eyes gone soft. "Brother Lin." In the cowshed, I didn't know the widow was thinking of me. I was working through the rest of the boar. Driving off my parents didn't change what Lin Dashin had said true. This much meat in a broken shed wasn't safe. The blood smell would draw beasts, and the red-eyed, 2-legged beasts of the village. Then the mechanical voice sounded again. Ding. Hosts held goods, 300 gene of boar, exceed 50 yuan in value. Side quest, first bucket of gold complete. Reward issued, basic spirit spring space, plus 100 points. Attribute, 1 mu of black earth, about 666 square meters, with a life-giving spirit spring. Note, within the space it is temperate year-round, crops grow 10 times as fast, and the spring water can wash the marrow, heal illness, and ripen plants. No living thing may enter, the host accepted. My hand stopped, my pupils shrank. Not a plain storeroom, a whole mu of land with a spirit spring? A thought, and my mind was dragged into a strange place. Gray mist overhead, and underfoot a vast stretch of glossy black earth breathing a rich soil smell, so fertile a fistful looked ready to run oil. At the center sat a stone pool the size of a wash basin, its water clear to the bottom, glowing faint blue, sweet even at a distance. The spirit spring? I crouched and drank a handful. Cool. Sweet. The instant it went down, it turned to a warm current running through me. A sleepless night's fatigue, and the ache of the boar fight gone in a breath, my head clearer than ever, sight and hearing lifted another notch. Good stuff. Light blazed in my eyes. No basic space, an inexhaustible mountain of gold. 10 times growth. Plant ginseng and lingji here, and 1 year would beat 10 outside. And the water. I thought at once of my sister, barely breathing. If it washed marrow and healed illness, could it save her? Even short of a cure, it could hold her breath and mend her body over time. I drew a breath, forced down the joy, and pulled out of the space. A thought at the meat heap, store. A blur, and hundreds of gene vanished, reappearing in a corner of the black earth. In that even temperature, a natural icebox, never to rot. With this, how could I fail to rise? I took my sister's chipped water bowl, drew a bowl of spring water quietly from the space, cut it with warm water, and went to the calm. "Sis, drink." I raised her and fed it to her. She drank a few muddled swallows, and her knit brows eased, a faint flush touching her white face. "This water, so sweet," she murmured, her breath going deep and even, and slept. I let out half the weight on my heart. System. Host has formed an initial emotional bond with a high-rated female, Li Xiuyan, rated 88, favor risen to 30, gratitude. First bond quest bound, pursue Li Xiuyan. New side quest issued, a medicine magnate start. Description: with a spirit field, why grow potatoes? Within 3 days, find and transplant at least one rare medicinal herb into the space. Reward: basic herb identification skill, plus 50 points. I raised a brow. Grow herbs? Suits me. The Changbai range wants for nothing so much as wild mountain ginseng. With herb identification, the space's tenfold speed, and the spring water, a fortune was a matter of time. As for Li Xiulian, no hurry. At the old well by the village mouth, Xiaha's intelligence center, 5 or 6 women crowded even in the deep cold, scrubbing clothes and running their mouths. Hey, heard the Lin eldest killed a boar hundreds of Jin last night. Long since, drove old Lin and his wife right out, took a knife to them. Looked so honest, that Linny. Turns out he's a hard case. And Wang Matzi sidled up with an empty basket, that mysterious, leering smile on her pocked face like she carried a world-shaking secret. That's stale news. I just saw with my own eyes something with far more juice. She dropped the basket, rolled her triangle eyes, and lowered her voice all-knowing. I just saw that beast Lin carry a big slab of belly meat, 5, 6 Jin at least, straight into the little widow's hut at the west end. What? A gasp. You mean, Li Xiulian? Who else but that vixen? Wang Matzi spat, contemptuous. Think about it. Lin just threw out his own parents, wouldn't give his own father a bite, and turns round and hands the widow 5, 6 Jin? What kind of relationship is that? Is that a decent one? She clapped her hands. I say the two of them have been carrying on a long time. Maybe the widow put him up to the whole split. It was oil poured into a hot pan. In that age, keeping a broken shoe was a killing charge. Surely not. Li Xiulian seems honest, a young wife muttered. Honest? Wang Matzi sneered, venom in her eyes. You know a face, not a heart. Peach blossom eyes on that widow, a temptress. Plays pitiful, and behind closed doors who knows how she carries on. Else why would that hothead disown his own parents over her? The logic was thin, but told with relish it soon sounded reasonable. Envy is the best kindling. They were all dirt poor. Why should the widow eat meat? Inside half a day the rumor of Lin Yi and Li Xiulian, carrying on, an adulterous pair, flew like winged flies into every house in Xia. And that fell right into one man's plan. On the crowd's edge, drinking it in, stood the village accountant Zhao Dezhu, pushing up his glasses, an evil glint behind the lenses. He'd long craved Li Xiulian, and used his position to hint at her more than once, always refused. He'd thought her a chaste woman, and here she'd taken Lin Yi's meat. So, Li Xiulian, playing the virtuous widow, when really I just wasn't offering enough. Watching Wang Matzi's excited face, a vicious plot took shape in him. You like a broken shoe? Then I'll help you make it more broken. He turned and quietly followed Wang Matzi as she headed home. Zhao Dezhu was a man of action, most of all at making mischief. He caught Wang Matzi behind the crook-necked old tree at the village mouth. Sister Wang, in fine spirits. He pushed his glasses up, calculation glinting behind them. She startled. Accountant Zhao. Off to the brigade office to do the books. The books? He smiled without smiling. I'm looking at someone who's been sold and is still counting the buyer's money, and thought I'd warn her. Her triangle eyes narrowed at the odd scent. How so, Accountant Zhao? Who's been sold? He glanced round, dropped his voice, leaned in. I heard your talk at the well. You say Lin Yi and Li Xiulian have a thing going. No lie in it. I saw the meat go in with my own eyes. The meat went in. And the man? He asked, unhurried. You didn't wonder. Lin Yi used to be a dumb gourd. How's he suddenly bold enough to pull a knife on his family, and just happens to be so good to that widow? She blinked. You mean, he fanned the flame. Think. If Li Xiulian's got Lin Yi backing her, will she let you pour filth at her door anymore? Let the village push her around? Sister Wang, you'll be crossing the road to avoid her. It struck her square in the lung. She loved bullying Li Xiulian above all, to feel her own weight. The wretch rising would sicken her worse than swallowing a fly. Pa. In her dreams. A broken shoe, wanting to turn the sky over? Cursing's no use, Zhao Dezhu said softly. A rumor has to be told with detail, made to be believed. Best of all, made true. Her eyes rolled. Catching his drift, she leaned close, a leer on her. Accountant Zhao, you're a schooled man, quick in the head. You say how? Ruin that pair of dogs, and I'll do whatever you say. He nodded, satisfied, drew out a crumpled grapefruit cigarette, gave her one, and murmured in her ear. The wind through the dead branches covered the dark scheming. Her eyes brightened as she listened, and she slapped her thigh. Brilliant. Accountant Zhao, you're something. This works, and won't that Li Xiulian be drowned in a pig cage? And then Lin Yi's hundreds of gene of pork are public property, confiscated. As for Li Xiulian, a lewd glint behind the lenses, a broken shoe needs educating. They traded a smile, each with his own black heart, and parted. A rumor, in an age starved of entertainment, spreads faster than plague. By supper time, the sky over Xiahe seemed to have changed color. Lin Yi gave Li Xiulian a piece of meat, became, at the east end. Lin Yi spent half an hour in Li Xiulian's hut. At the west end, someone heard noises in her hut, and by the time it reached the cowshed, it had evolved into Lin Yi split from his parents on purpose to keep Li Xiulian as his mistress. Villagers who looked so honest turned righteous moralists, crouching under wall eaves in 3s and 5s, pipes going, guessing at the adulterer's details in the foulest terms, spit flying, as if they'd watched. In the thatch hut, Li Xiulian held her daughter, curled in the corner, shaking. Foul curses seemed woven into the wind outside. At the well earlier, women who'd been civil enough turned their heads at her, spat hard on the ground, cursing slut, shameless. Some children, put up to it by adults, threw dirt clods at her window, shouting broken shoe. Ma, why do they throw things at us? Yaya wailed, burrowing in. She covered the girl's ears, tears streaming. She'd done nothing, only taken a piece of life-saving meat. Why did this world hold such malice for a widow and her child? She looked through the paper-patched window at the cowshed. That man, did he know? What would he think? Would he decide she was trouble and never speak to her again? The thought crushed her chest. More than the villagers' curses, she feared the disgust in his eyes. In the cowshed, I shut it all out, my whole attention on my sister. An hour since the spring water, and the effect was fiercer and gentler than I'd hoped. Her waxen face had a healthy flush. The bellows wheeze was gone for deep, even breath, and the withered, bruised veins on her hands had risen a little, her skin gone faintly glossy. Cough. Her lashes trembled, and she opened her eyes, no longer cloudy and scattered but clearer. Yitzi, she said, weak still but with none of that about to go feel. I'm hungry. Hungry. For a gravely sick person, heaven's own music. Eat, and you live. Overjoyed, I slipped out, took a piece of cooked lean from the space, tore it fine, and fed it to her. Slow, sis. We won't go short again. She ate half a bowl and sank back to sleep, and the last weight lifted off my heart. Spirit water, miraculous. No instant cure for the lung, but with steady drinking to rebuild her, the sickness was half beaten already. Settled, I stood and worked my stiff neck. The medicine magnate quest gave 3 days. With her stable, tomorrow I had to go deep, to finish the quest, and to find a way to turn some of the boar to cash. No money, no moving in this age. I pushed the door out. Dusk already, wind driving snowgrit. Stepping onto the clearing for firewood, I caught the wrongness at once. Villagers passing stopped and pointed, heads together. Look, that's Lin Yi. Tisk, look at that vicious face. No wonder he took a knife to his own father. Heard about him and the one next door. Lo, but to my sharpened ears a shout in my face. I frowned and swept a cold look, and they shut up and hurried off like rabbits under a wolf's eye. But I caught the key words. Widow. Broken shoe. Boar meat. I'm no fool. Decades of a past life. What viciousness of the human heart hadn't I seen? Plainly someone was working tongues behind my back, aimed at Li Xiulian and me. Zhang Cuihua. Linaire? I shook my head. That lot were openly rotten, not this sly. This back alley name poisoning smelled of the village's idle gossips. I looked at the widow's shut door and black window next door. Not a light in it. A silence that set the nerves crawling. I could picture the frail woman huddled trembling in the dark. A blind fury shot up in me. This filth. Aimed at me. I wouldn't care. I was already the village villain. But throwing dirt on a widow and her child was driving someone to death. My hand crushed the firewood, knuckles white. I didn't blow up. In that age, slander was a bloodless killing knife. Explain, and you look guilty. Hit someone, and you've confirmed you're shamed into rage. To break it, You catch them in the act. Someone wanted a show. I didn't mind making it a bigger one, big enough that they'd regret ever being born. I drew a breath, pressed the anger down, and carried the wood back inside. The shed door shut hard, and in a dark corner, Zhao Dezhu, who'd been watching, smiled cold and vicious. Holding it in? We'll see how long. He crushed his cigarette and spoke to the dark behind him. Go tell Wang Matzi, stoke the fire tonight. Tomorrow I want the whole village to know Lin Yi's a great romantic fool. Right, brother Zhao, just watch. A shifty shape slid out of the dark. The village layabout Lai Tu San, snickered, and vanished into the night. In the brigade office, the tobacco smoke hung thick as a brick kiln. Fly specks dotted the dim bulb, and even its light came out muddy. Behind a peeling three-drawer desk, Zhao Dezhu sat with a great front burned nearly to his fingers, a long finger of ash unflicked. His eyes narrowed at the two men across the smoke. One was the layabout Lai Tu San, just ducked in from the cold. The other was Wang Matzi, still cracking seeds. Brother Zhao, the word's out, Lai Tu San said, hunching, fawning, his thief's eyes sliding to the cigarette pack on the desk. The whole village is chewing on it now, and ugly. I passed the scent down Yude's quarters just now. Even the city kids are talking about it. Zhao Dezhu tossed him the rest of the pack and pulled a cold thread of a smile. Talk isn't enough. He rapped the desktop with a knuckle. Catch a thief with the loot, catch adulterers in the act. Without hard proof, it's only slander. Lin Yi's got a knife now, and he's a hothead. Push him too far, and he'll fight to the death. We have to make it so he can't. We have to ruin him. Wang Matzi spat a husk and leaned half over the desk. Accountant Zhao, quit stringing it out. How do we do it? The boy guards his food like a dog now. Who dares go near that cow sheet? Nobody goes near it. Zhao Dezhu pushed up his glasses, the look behind the lenses like a snake's. We make him come to us. He waved them in, and three heads bent together under the dim bulb. Late tonight, past the dead hour, he said low, like reciting a death charm. Lie to, you're quick on your feet. You crouch under the widow's back window. When it's still enough, you throw stones, play ghost, scare the little girl. She's a timid thing. She'll cry for certain. Lai Tu San gave a yellow-toothed grin. Scaring a kid that I know? Then what? Then? Zhao Dezhu sneered. Li Xiulian's the type. The child screams, and she panics. That's your cue, Sister Wang. You hide in the dark, and when the place is in an uproar, you throw your voice like the girl. Scream help. Scream she's burning up. Scream she's dying. Make it pitiful. Make it loud. Loud enough that Lin Yi hears it in the cowshed next door. Wang Matzi's eyes rolled, and she slapped her thigh. Sharp. He gave the widow meat. He's still got his mind on her. He hears that. He comes running. The instant he sets foot in that room, Zhao Dezhu crushed his cigarette, sparks bursting on his fingertips without his flinching. Lie to. You jam the door from the outside. And Sister Wang, you throw your lungs open and wake the whole village. Say Lin Yi went over the widow's wall in the dead of night, meaning to force her. In this day and age, a morals charge means a bullet. The cold in his voice went to the bone. Corner him in that room. Lone man, lone widow, deep night, and her door a rotten board. I say it was rape, then it was rape. Who believes he went to save anyone? Even if he keeps his life, he rots in a cell till his hair goes white. And those few hundred gene of boar, contraband, confiscated. There'll be plenty in it for you too. The pair's eyes shone as if the red and white pork already sat on their own Kong. Brilliant, genuinely brilliant. Lai Tu San stuck up a thumb. Brother Zhao, it takes a schooled man. Vicious. This buries Lin Yi for good. He brought it on himself, not knowing when he's well off. Zhao Dezhu stood and straightened his collar, the sanctimonious mask back on. As for that broken shoe Li Xiulian, once Lin Yi's inside, let's see who in the village she leans on then. The wind rattled the office's cracked window frame, and a net woven to kill a man hung finished in the dark, waiting only for the prey to step in. In the cowshed, I had no idea a grave was already dug for me. I sat by the fire working the slaughter cleaver over the whetstone, slow and steady, the harsh scrape loud in the dead night, the edge going a shade brighter with every pass. Lin Lan slept deep, her breathing even enough to ease my heart. But I couldn't sleep. An unease had settled on me like the pressing low weight of air before a storm, and every hair on me stood up faintly. It was the instinct the Grandmaster skill carried, The feeling of being marked by a beast in the deep hills. Someone was scheming against me. Something lethal. Who? I stopped and tested the edge on my thumb, sharp enough to shear a hair off my breath. I lifted my eyes to the pitch black outside the broken window lattice. The village was too quiet. Quiet as a graveyard. It put me in mind of the life before. A cold winter night just like this, when Li Xiuyan drowned herself and the villagers pointed at my nose and called me a jinx, and I left this place at last in despair. This time, I would not let the tragedy run again. I sheathed the knife, went soft-footed to the window. The thatch hut next door was dark too. Mother and daughter must be asleep. Hope I'm only jumping at shadows, I murmured. But I didn't drop my guard. I put the cleaver under the pillow and lay down in my clothes, body loose, mind a drawn string, listening to every blade of grass outside. The night deepened. The village dogs went quiet. The moon vanished behind thick cloud, and Xiaohao went black enough that you couldn't see your own hand. And into that dead silence a few furtive shadows came, hugging the wall like dirty rats, creeping toward the west end, toward Li Xiuyan's lone thatch hut. Lai Tu-san, half a brick in his hand, breath fogging white, crouched under her back window. He glanced at Wang Matzi hunkered behind a straw stack, and she flashed him the signal. He grinned, teeth pale in the dark, raised the brick, and slammed it against the newspaper-patched window frame. A dull thud, loud as a thunderclap in the still night. Then, pinching his throat, he loosed a wail like a vengeful ghost hunting a soul. Inside, Li Xiuyan jerked awake with her daughter in her arms, and little Yaya stiffened and broke into a heart-tearing cry. "Wama, a ghost. There's a ghost." That cry was the spark to the fuse. The trap was sprung. The half-brick punched through the flimsy window paper and landed on the edge of the calm, cold wind and snow grit riding in behind it. Li Xiuyan, scared witless, clutched Yaya to her and shrank into the corner. "Who's there?" she called, shaking, half a sob in it. No answer. Only the wind moaning through the broken hole like a chorus of ghosts. Then a clod of frozen dirt flew in and struck her shoulder. "Ma?" "Scared." "Wah." 3 years old. The girl had never met anything like it. Her small face went white, and she screamed, a sound sharp and piteous in the dead night, like a nail dragged across glass. But that scream was exactly what the ones outside wanted. Hidden in the dark, Wang Matzi felt the fat of her face jump with an ugly glee. Her cue. She cleared her throat and threw that cracked gong voice toward the cowshed in a warped shriek. "Aya, somebody come quick. There's going to be a death." Yaya's gone into fits. Her eyes are rolling back. This widow and her child are dying in there. Piteous as could be, as though she were the most anxious neighbor alive. And she didn't stop. "Xiuyan, don't scare your auntie. Why's the child gone silent? Help! Somebody help!" As she wailed, she cut her eyes at Lai Tu-san under the wall, and he caught it, crept, bent double, a coil of thick hemp rope in his fist, to the side of that broken wooden door, and pressed his back to the wall and held his breath, only waiting for the figure to duck inside. The instant a foot crossed the threshold, he'd rush the door shut and lash the rope round the handle. A turtle in the jar. In the cowshed, I'd opened my eyes the moment the brick struck the calm. I didn't move. I listened. The Grandmaster skill gave me more than the instinct to kill. It gave me a keen nose for danger. Then came Yaya's crying. Then Wang Matzi's overblown help. Fits. Eyes rolling back. I sat up, and the corner of my mouth curled cold. That cry of Yaya's had full breath behind it. Plainly a child frightened, nothing like a gravely ill one in convulsions. And Wang Matzi, who any other day would wish the pair of them dead, just happened to be awake past the dead hour, next to that wall, and the first to discover the child was sick. Clumsy. Far too clumsy. But behind the clumsiness sat a killing intent. If I were an ordinary hothead, I'd hear the child's dying and, doubts or no, run straight in to save her. And the moment I entered that room, I glanced at the bed I'd barely warmed, then at the cold cleaver under the pillow. Morals charge. The 3 words flashed through me. In this era, that hat would flame me if it didn't kill me, and in any future I had. Nicely planned, I said under my breath, and something violent moved behind my eyes. "You want to play? I'll play you something bigger." No lamp. In the dark, I pulled on my cotton shoes, tucked the cleaver behind my back, and eased the cowshed door open. The wind cut like a blade. I stood in the snow and did not run panic the way Wang Matzi was counting on. I bent my head a little and swept the ground. To ordinary eyes, the Black Knight was a wall. To eyes the enhancement had remade. The fresh scatter of prints on the snow was ink on white paper. One track ran to the widow's back window, the stone thrower. One hid behind the straw stack not far off, Wang Matzi, the screamer. And one more. My gaze followed it and stopped in the shadow by the widow's door. There, a very faint, suppressed breathing. A snake in the grass, mouth open, waiting for the prey to walk in. Lai Tu-san. The reek of cheap tobacco named him at once. A village layabout, Zhao Deju's cur. So the one behind it, laying the board, was Zhao Deju. It came clear to me. Wang Matzi's wailing was still going, more piteous now. Lin Yi. Where have you died to, Lin Yi? You gave her meat. Why not save a life now? The child's almost gone. She was forcing me. With morals, with the whole village's ears, forcing me to show. Don't go. And by tomorrow the rumor becomes Lin Yi let them die, false-hearted. Go. And it's broke into a home at night, meaning rape. A road with no turning. A poison plan. Pity they got one thing wrong. The Lin Yi standing here now was not the prey. He was the hunter. I straightened my collar, put on a look of alarm, and strode toward the thatch hut, the snow loud under my boots. Wang Matzi, seeing the tall figure finally appear, nearly slapped her thigh with excitement and signaled Lai Tu-san. He gripped the rope in the shadow, palms sweating, eyes locked on my feet. 10 meters. 5. 3. I reached the door. Inside, Li Xiuyan, clutching the sobbing Yaya, heard the steps and called on instinct. Brother Lin? Is that you? It's me. I answered loud, all urgency. Don't be afraid, sister. I'm here. Lai Tausen's heart climbed into his throat. He leaned forward, set to spring, and slammed the door. Just push it. Just push the door. My hand rose toward the rickety board. He held his breath, his grin already half-formed. And a hair's breadth from the wood, my hand stopped. Like a paused frame. I stood frozen half a step outside the threshold and did not advance 1 inch. Time seemed to set. In the shadow, Lai Tu-san froze too, the grin stuck on his face, not knowing whether to rush out or keep waiting. Far off, Wang Matzi froze, mouth open, forgetting to wail. What's happening? Go in, damn you. And into that eerie dead silence, I suddenly drew my hand back, turned my back to the door, faced the black village road, filled my chest, and let loose a roar like a great bronze bell that shattered the whole village's quiet. Everyone up. Get up, all of you. Sister Li's house is under attack. There's a man here trying to kill someone. The enhanced body drove the shout through the night, 10 times louder than Wang Matzi's dry howling, loud enough to shake snow off the far treetops. Lai Tu-san went blank. Wang Matzi went blank. Even Li Xiuyan, about to open the door, went blank. I gave them no time. Accountant Zhao? Village head. Bring men, quick. I heard it. The thief's crouched right under the wall. Looks like he's got a knife. Catch the killer. What's it called when you strike first and cry thief? Lai Tu-san, staring at the back bellowing right over his head, felt himself drop into an ice pit. He had a rope in his hand, no knife. But now every dog in the village was going off, lamps kindling one by one, footsteps rushing in from every side. The trap was broken, and the man who dug it looked ready to kick the whole ambush crew into the pit and shovel dirt on top. I turned my head a fraction, and through the shivering shadow behind me a cruel little smile. You wanted to catch adulterers? Tonight I'll bring the whole village to catch you ghosts. Far off, the village head came running with a storm lantern, a coat thrown over him. Who? Who's killing? The show had begun. My one shout blew Xiaohe wide open. Flashlight beams swung wild through the black, footsteps and dog barks pouring in from all sides like a tide. In the door shadow, Lai Tu-san was a rat blinded by strong light, his blood gone cold. Run? Where? The only way out was blocked by that killing god of a man standing there like a door guardian. Stay? When the head and the militia arrived and found him crouched at a widow's door with a rope in his fist, he could grow 100 mouths and not talk his way clear. Lin Yi, you son of a... His teeth chattered as he cursed Zhao Daju's ancestors back 18 generations. A turtle in the jar, they said. How am I the turtle? Who? Who's there? A shout, and the first flashlight beams landed on the hut door. The village head Zhao Jiangwo, in an old army coat, an elm cudgel in his hand, panted at the front, a few thick-armed militiamen and a pack of trouble-hungry villagers behind. Village head. Here. I spun and pointed at the shadow, urgent and righteous. This is the one who was smashing the widow's door with a rope in his hands. He meant to strangle someone. What? Kill someone. Zhao Zhengwo's scalp crawled. A death on his watch, and his post was finished. Surround him. No one lets him run. The militia rushed in, clubs and forks sealing every exit. Lai Tucin panicked and started to rise and explain, and I gave him no chance. Under cover of the rushing crowd, I stepped forward as if by accident and drove a hard kick into his backside. He yelped and rolled out of the shadow into the middle of the snow, right into a ring of flashlight glow, and the thick hemp rope he hadn't managed to drop fell beside him, stark against the white. Dead silence. Dozens of eyes fixed on Lai Tucin and that rope. Lai Tucin. Zhao Zhengwo's eyes near popped. You the layabout. Lai Tucin, forgetting his aching backside, flailed his hands. No. Village head. It's a mistake, a terrible mistake. I didn't kill anybody, I swear. Didn't kill anybody? I stepped up, picked up the rope, shook it out, and gave a cold laugh. Past the dead hour, not asleep, crouched at a widow's door with this in your hand. Tell us what you came to do. Hang a new door curtain for her. The crowd roared laughing, then turned angry. Lai Tausen's up to no good as a rule, but who knew his heart was this black? A rope. That's for tying someone up. Meaning to force her. Force her? Robbery and murder. More like. Heard Lin, he just gave the widow meat, and this cur marked it. With my steering, the tide swung hard to robbery and murder. Lai Tucin sweated rivers. He wanted to tell the truth, that he'd come to catch adulterers. But that meant selling out Zhao Dezhu and admitting he'd helped frame a man. Even if he dodged prison, he'd never live in the village again. And if he stayed silent, the robbery-murder pot got dumped on his head, and that really did mean a bullet. Just as he teetered on the edge, Wang Matzi, who'd stayed hidden, finally cracked. If Lai Tucin went down, she was next. She shoved through the crowd. Aya, it's a mix-up, all of it a mix-up. She slapped her thigh, a false smile stacked on her face. Village head, Lai Tausen's no killer. I heard Linny go into the room just now. That's why I called for help. This Lai Tucin probably heard the noise and came to catch the adultery. A clumsy swing to muddy the water and steer it back to Broken Shoe. If the crowd suspected Lin Yi had gone inside, Lai Tucin became a have-a-go hero. Zhao Zhengwo frowned and looked at me. Lin Yi, what's the truth of it? Did you go in or not? Every eye swung to me. The key moment. I looked at Wang Matzi's slab of a face and laughed inside. Finally out of the hole. I didn't rush to defend myself. I turned to the shut door and raised my voice. Sisterly, open up. Say a fair word in front of the whole village. Did I, Lin Yi, set one foot inside your room tonight or not? It rang, open and unafraid. Everyone held their breath, every eye on the sagging board. The only witness was inside. Wang Matzi's heart climbed to her throat. The door creaked open a crack. Li Xiuyan, a thin, ragged coat thrown on, the still hiccuping Yaya clutched tight, showed half her white face. She looked at Lai Tucin pinned in the snow, then at me standing at the crowd's heart like a guardian god, and the tears came pouring. Zhao Zhengwo stepped up, stern. Li Xiuyan, the truth. Did Lin Yi enter your room tonight, or not? She shook in the wind, biting her lip, some fierce struggle working in her. Then she lifted her head, and in those tear-filled peach blossom eyes flashed a resolve I'd never seen, and she looked straight at the village head and threw every ounce of her strength into it. No, Brother Lin never came in. I heard someone outside shout the child's dying, and just as I went to open the door, I heard Brother Lin outside shouting catch the thief. If he'd been inside, how could he be shouting out there? The one who smashed our window was Lai Tucin. If Brother Lin hadn't found him in time, my child and I would be dead tonight. The victim's word, clear and clean, the logic plain. Wang Matzi's face went white, her lips shook, and no new lie would come. The villagers weren't fools. This was no adultery. It was a framing, whole and outright. The fury caught fire. Animal. Won't even spare a widow and child. Beat him. Beat the plague dead. A few hot-tempered men rushed in and set on Lai Tucin with fists and boots. Stop, stop. I'll talk. I'll tell all. He howled under the rain of blows, arms over his head. It wasn't my idea. Someone put me up to it. It was ZH. Ahem. A heavy cough cut across from the crowd's edge, not loud, but carrying an authority that turned the stomach. The two syllables Lai Tu-san was about to say jammed back down his throat, and he shuddered all over. The crowd parted. A middle-aged man in a mouse suit walked in slow, hands behind his back. Zhao Dezhu, the hand behind it all, finally on stage. He pushed up his glasses, not sparing Lai Tu-san a glance, and fixed a weighing look on me. No panic of a failed plan in it, only a snake's cold. What's all the racket this hour? His gaze swept the ground and settled on me, and his mouth pulled a smile that wasn't one. Lin Yi. In fine spirits, it seems. I met the look and stepped forward instead of back. Accountant Zhao, you've come just in time. I pointed at Lai Tu-san on the ground. This thief just said someone put him up to it. Since you're here, why not help us all get to the bottom of it? Who's so rotten they'd send a man to prey on a widow and child in the dead of night? A straight ball. A declaration of war. On the ground, Lai Tu-san looked up at Zhao Dezhu, his eyes full of pleading and fear. Zhao Dezhu's face stiffened a hair. He knew the honest man he used to despise had staked him over the coals. Save him or cut him loose. A single thought, and heaven or hell. Zhao Dezhu pushed up his glasses, the look behind the lenses two ice picks driven into Lai Tausen's face. He said nothing, only drew a handkerchief slow from his pocket, took the glasses off, breathed on them, and began to wipe, unhurried and precise. To Lai Tu-san, it was the king of hell turning the pages of the ledger of the dead. He shook like chaff. He knew Zhao Dezhu, a face like a scholar, a heart blacker than a pot's bottom. And Zhao Dezhu held a hook in him. 2 years back, Lai Tu-san had stolen the team's grain, and Zhao Dezhu had covered it, and taken his life in hand doing so. Sell Zhao Dezhu out, and it was mutual ruin. Zhao Dezhu might or might not go down, but Lai Tausen's old grain theft would surely be dug up, and that meant a bullet. Take the fall, and maybe Zhao Dezhu would remember the old debt and pull him out later. Lai Tu-san. Zhao Dezhu finished at last and set the glasses back, his voice smooth and flat. Lin Yi wants you to talk, so talk. Who put you up to it? The Jade Emperor himself, or that greed of yours with no gate on it? Words within words. He bit down hard on greed. Lai Tu-san stiffened, the light going out of his eyes. He dropped his head as if his spine had been pulled, sagged into the snow, and rasped. Nobody put me up to it. It was me. My own greed. He set his teeth and threw his lot in. I heard from Wang Matzi that Lin Yi gave the widow meat, so I figured I'd come scare them in the night, and grab some off her, take a little pork. You lying dog. Wang Matzi, dumbstruck, came alive like a cat with its tail stepped on. Lai Tu-san, you thousand cuts wretch. It was plainly Zish, Sister Wang. Zhao Dezhu's voice cracked out and cut her off. You want to go in and eat prison rice too? Lai Tu-san just said the tip came from you. What? You'd like to claim the plan was yours as well. It stunned her still. She looked at his cold snake eyes, at the glaring villagers, at the militiaman with the rope, and the string in her head snapped. She dared not cross Zhao Dezhu. The accountant held the work points and the grain money. Offend him, and her whole family drank the northwest wind. Her mouth hung open, and then she dropped into the snow bawling. I'm wronged. I only ran my mouth a little. I never dreamed this animal would really do it. Which was as good as an admission. And so a vicious plot against a widow and child was waved off into a layabout seized by greed, and a long-tongued woman whose gossip made trouble. Zhao Dezhu turned to me, grief and outrage arranged on his face. You see, Lin Yi, guard by day and night, and still the house thief slips through. That our village bred such scum is a failure of my teaching and the heads. Rest easy. These two will be dealt with hard. He waved at the militia. What are you standing there for? Tie these two disgraces up. First light, off to the commune station. The militia swarmed in and lashed the pair with the very rope Lai Tu-san had brought. Wang Matzi wailed to heaven. Lai Tausen's face went ash. The villagers spat and cursed. Serves them right. People like that should be shot. Accountant Zhao's a fair man, putting family feeling aside for justice. I stood watching Zhao Dezhu's sanctimonious mask and laughed inside. Sacrifice the cart to save the general. The old fox was ruthless and decisive with it. But did he really think this was the end? I stepped forward, square in his path out. Accountant Zhao. Not loud, but pitched for the villagers still lingering to hear. You're right just now. This village's ways could use a cleaning up. His brow knit. Meaning? Nothing much. I pointed at Lai Tu-san, then Wang Matzi, then let my gaze rest, heavy, on Zhao Dezhu. I just find it strange. Lai Taozen's a layabout with no brains. Wang Matzi's a shrew with no nerve. How do the two of them together cook up a plan this tidy? Smash the window, cry for help, ready a rope to jam the door? I paused, and my eyes went sharp as a blade. That doesn't sound like a whim. It sounds like someone taught it, hand over hand. The villagers chewed on it, and the murmuring rose again. True, Lai Taozen's fine at filching a chicken, but this is a cut above and nasty. Not something that Pig Brain thinks up on his own. Zhao Dezhu's face changed at last, a crack running through the false calm. Lin Yi, talk needs proof, he said low, thread under it. Throw hats around and you'll answer for it. Oh, I've no proof at all. I shrugged and grinned wide. Just talking off the top of my head. You're the schooled man, Accountant Zhao. You see to the bottom of things far clearer than us rough sorts. Isn't that right? That schooled man was pure barb. I named no one, but I planted a seed of doubt in every villager's heart, and that was enough. From here on, any small move Zhao Dezhu made, people would watch a little closer. And for a village cadre, that collapse of trust is fatal. He stared at me, his chest heaving twice, then gave a cold snort and swept off. Take them away. Break it up. All of you, back to bed. Zhao Jiangwo, feeling the air gone wrong, hurried to smooth it and scatter the crowd. The farce was over. Lai Tu-san and Wang Matzi were marched off, the villagers drifting away in twos and threes, still savoring the night's drama. Before the thatch hut only I remained, Li Xiuyin and Yaya, and a careworn Zhao Jiangwo. She still stood in the doorway holding Yaya, her thin frame shuddering in the wind, wanting to say something to me, but not daring in front of the head, only brimming over. All right, Xiuyin, get inside. Don't freeze the child, Zhao Jiangwo sighed, rubbing his temples. Tonight's business. A crying shame. The culprits were caught, yes, but Wang Matzi's earlier screaming and the whole village's loose talk had already fouled Li Xiuyin's name. At a widow's door, once there's scandal, the truth of it stops mattering. He looked at my hard, steady face, then at Li Xiuyin weeping like rain on pear blossom, and the scale in his mind tipped and swayed. Lin Yi had just split off, but those few hundred gene of boar were real family stock. And the nerve and the hand the boy had shown tonight marked him as no fish for a small pond. As for Li Xiuyin, at this rate, she really would be drowned in spit. As head of a village, he had to hold the water level even and clear away this mess. Lin Yi, he paced 2 steps in the snow, then stopped, his tone gone weighty. Come here a minute. Your uncle's got something to talk over with you. I glanced at Li Xiuyin and nodded. Uncle, go ahead. We walked to the old crook-neck tree off to the side. He took out his pipe, tried to light it, but the damp matches wouldn't catch. I dug a few from my pocket, struck one, and cupped it over for him. He drew a mouthful, breathed out white, and looked at me with something complicated in it. Yeet see, tonight's leveled out, but some things I've got to say plain. Wang Matzi's mouth is filthy, but the village took in what she said. Everyone's watching you, and Li Xiuyin now. You're a grown lad, unwed. She's a widow with a child. You two this close. Even if it's clean as snow, the spit alone can drown a person. I was quiet. He spoke the truth. In this age, a name is your life. So what's on your mind, uncle? I asked back. He knocked out the pipe like a man who'd made a big decision. To lay the talk to rest, and to cut off any more ideas from Zhao Dezhu's side, your uncle's thought of a way. He raised his eyes and fixed them on me, burning. You've got that meat now. You've got some standing. It's time you started a household. Once you've a proper wife, who can say you've an eye on a widow? And then there's no one left staring at Li Xiuyin either. A household? I paused. As it happens, there's a sent-down girl at our youth quarters. Because of her class background, nobody's dared marry her, and she gets pushed around there, worse off than Li Xiuyin even. He dropped his voice, a note of testing in it. If you don't mind it, your uncle will make the match. The girl's handsome and educated. Only her temper runs a little cold. He looked at me. Su Xiaoya. You know the one. Su Xiaoya. At the name, a face rose in my mind at once, cold and clear as frost, and beautiful enough to stop the heart. In the life before, that woman's whole story was a tragedy too. Hounded in the village for her family background, she wasted away in the end and died in low spirits. I hadn't thought this life's wheel would turn a corner right here. The head meant to use one marriage to stop the whole village's mouth, find me a wife, free Li Xiuyan, and solve the hard case of Su Xiaoya, all in one stroke. 3 birds. I rubbed my chin, something flickering behind my eyes. The system's main quest was branch and leaf. Li Xiuyan was my target, but the time wasn't right yet. And Su Xiaoya. Uncle, this business. I raised my head, and a slow, weighted smile pulled at my mouth. Would she even agree? Under the crook-necked tree, the ember in the pipe bowl winked on and off. Zhao Zhengwo breathed out a cloud and squinted at me through the fog of it. Would she agree? I'd asked. My memory of Su Xiaoya was clear. That woman was proud as the snow on Changbai's peak. In the life before, she'd gone to her death without once bowing her head to any power in the village. Marrying her off to a just split-out man with a fouled name, and asking her to help shield a widow's door from gossip besides. That was harder than making an iron tree bloom. Agree? Zhao Zhengwo knocked out the ash, a cold, world-worn indifference in his creased face. Yitzi, you're still young. In these years, staying alive comes before everything. He held up 2 fingers and shook them. Su Xiaoya's a thorn in this village's side. That family background of hers, black category. The grain at the youth quarters is counted out, and everyone does heavy labor. Who wants to share with a black brat? She's been out of grain 3 days now. At this rate, she won't last the winter, starve, or freeze. And if a sent-down youth dies in my village, I catch the criticism for it. He raised his eyes to me, and his tone turned knowing. You've got meat. You've got a roof against the wind. You've got strength in your arms. To her, that's a straw to a drowning woman. Pride, face, in front of an empty belly, all of its wind. I was quiet. He was right. It was a merciless age, and survival was the only law. And, he went on, sharp with the cunning of long experience, her background's bad, and your poor peasant stock, a fresh bachelor. You marry her, you're reforming her, answering the call. Nobody in the village dares make anything of it. And Li Xiuyan's gossip. Once you've a wife this pretty, this city-raised, who still believes you've got your eye on a widow with a child. Fight poison with poison. Use Su Xiaoya's bad class label to cancel out my bad name, and my hard strength to fill her survival crisis. 2 broken puzzle pieces forced into one. Slippery as the old man was, his eye for people and his hand with a mess weren't nothing. Fine. I nodded without much hesitation. If she's willing, I've no objection. In the past life, I'd felt only pity for Su Xiaoya. This life, given a chance to take a future scholar and a capable helpmate into my house and settle the trouble at my door in the same stroke. Why not? And the system's main quest was branch and leaf. She would rate at the very top. Good man. Zhao Zhengwo slapped his thigh. No better day than today. While the iron's hot, let's go up to the youth quarters. If it takes, I'll cut you the introduction letter tomorrow. The sent-down youths lived at the north end, in what had been a broken temple, later made a collective dormitory. It was no better than the cowsheet. Wind screamed through the failing courtyard wall like ghosts. When I followed Zhao Zhengwo in, the place was dark but for one beam of yellow lamplight from a west room. He stood in the yard and coughed hard, and soon the door opened. A bespectacled male youth in a coat peered out, and seeing the head, heaped a fawning smile on his face. Oh, village head. So late, what brings you? Come in, sit. The quarters leader, Lu Weidong. No sitting. Zhao Zhengwo waved it off, face set. Where's Su Xiaoya? Lu Weidong stalled, his eyes flickering, and pointed at a corner shed with no window paper. Only a grass curtain hung across it. In the woodshed. She said the rooms were crowded, and she didn't want to hold back everyone's progress, so she asked to move over there herself. Volunteered my foot. Anyone with eyes saw it for what it was. She'd been driven out. I looked where he pointed. The so-called woodshed had no door, only a ragged grass curtain, and the wind blew snow straight in behind it. Living there was no different from sleeping in the open drift. Zhao Zhengwo didn't call it out, only frowned and shouted toward it. Su Xiaoya, come out a minute. The village has something to talk over with you. Several seconds passed before the curtain stirred. A hand, pale near to translucent, lifted it, and a thin figure came out swaying. By the little light spilling from Lu Weidong's room, I saw her clearly. An ill-fitting old cotton coat, patch stacked on patch, a wrist showing at the cuff worn down to bone. And yet, when she raised her head, my breath caught a moment. She was beautiful, beautiful in a fragile, half-starved way, her skin gone pale as porcelain from too little sun and too little food, her features fine as a painted figure. Most of all, her eyes, cold, clear, stubborn, like a pool of winter spring water, and even at the very end of her rope with not a trace of a beggar's cringe in them. This was Su Xiaoya, the high mountain flower who in the life before would rather die than bend, and froze to death at last on a night of wind and snow. She came and stood before Zhao Jiangwo without a word, her thin frame a dead leaf in the wind that the next gust might carry off. "Sent down, Comrade Su," he said, a little uneasy under his own jurisdiction, and cleared his throat, gesturing at me. "Let me introduce you. This is Lin Yi, just split from his family, living on his own now." Her gaze moved to me, slow, without a ripple, as if I were no different from the millstone or the dead tree in the yard. "You may have heard of Lin Yi's situation," Zhao Jiangwo said, cutting to it. "He took a boar, a few hundred jin of meat at home. But he's short a wife, someone to keep a house." At a few hundred jin of meat her throat moved, the faintest bit, body's instinct, but her eyes stayed cold. "The village talked it over and thinks the two of you would suit. Lin Yi's background is good, red root and red sprout. Marry him and you're answering the call to put down roots in the countryside, and nobody makes trouble over your origins anymore. And most of all," he paused, and his voice went flat and cruel, "married over there, you eat your fill. Meat every meal." The air seemed to freeze. At the edge, Lu Weidong's eyes went wide, red with envy. Meat every meal, a thing even a county cadre wouldn't dare dream of. I said nothing, only watched her, and waited for this proud woman to choose between survival and dignity. She stood in the driving snow, frost on her lashes, and did not look at the head but fixed her eyes on me as if to see straight through. "You want me?" Her voice was low and cold, roughened from long silence. I met it and nodded. "Yes. You know what I am." "I know," I said plain. "Su Xiaoya, a sent-down youth. The rest, I don't care about." A very faint, self-mocking curl touched the corner of her pale mouth. She glanced once at the drafty woodshed, once at Lu Weidong's face stacked with envy and spite, and then her eyes came back to me, and in them something broke, and something new began to set itself into pieces. All right. She didn't ask whether she'd be beaten, didn't ask whether she'd be scorned, didn't even ask about a bride price. On that cold winter night, facing a stranger she'd met minutes before, she gave her answer. But it was no simple all right. In those winter-spring eyes, I read a resolve that unsettled me, the hardness of someone who, to go on living, would set herself down on the gambling table as a chip. Zhao Jiangwo left wearing the satisfied smile of a man who'd closed a big deal, tucking the overnight written introduction letter into my coat, patting my shoulder with a look I didn't care for, and one parting line. "Take her home tonight. Can't let our village's bride freeze in that dump." And then it was only Su Xiaoya and me in the yard, the wind driving snow down our collars. She swayed, plainly at the end of her strength. I stepped up and, without ceremony, put an arm round her to hold her up. She was startlingly light, and she stiffened at the touch, trembling. "Don't fight it," I said low. "You want to live? Save your strength." She bit her pale lip and went still. She truly had nothing left, and besides, from the moment she'd said all right, she'd sold herself, and to be looked over by the buyer was, to her mind, only a matter of time. I didn't spare Lu Weidong another glance, only bent and lifted her. She weighed almost nothing, a snowflake that might melt in my arms, and carried her out into the storm. Back in the cowshed, the warmth wrapped us both. I set her on the far end of the Kong, away from the stove, so the swing from cold to hot wouldn't hurt her. Lin Lan slept deep, breathing even. Su Xiaoya drew into the corner, awkward, looking round at the broken but warm place with something complicated in her face. "Take the coat off," I said, feeding the firebox without turning. Her fingers trembled. She looked at my back, a flash of humiliation in her eyes, quickly buried under a resigned numbness, and slowly began to unfasten the grease-stained, patched old coat. She thought she knew what came next, the other half of the bargain, and she braced for it, resigned, her eyes shut, her body one taut string. I turned around, and I did not do the thing she was braced for. I looked at her, gaunt, frightened, proud even now, and something in me turned. This wasn't a trophy to be claimed. In the life before, this woman had been hounded to a lonely death. Even reborn, taking advantage of her at the lowest point of her life would make me no better than the men who'd driven her to that woodshed. Cover up. I reached over and drew her collar closed, rough about it, but taking nothing. She opened her eyes, startled. I turned back to the basket in the corner, which was really the space, and took out a good piece of cooked belly meat and ladled a bowl of hot soup. Eat. The smell hit her and broke every reserve she had. Her throat worked, the cold, clear eyes fixed on the meat, and she took it and ate without minding the scald, wolfing it down like a small, starving cat. Color came into her face as she ate, a fine sweat on her brow. I sat across and watched her, not with a leer, but the way you watch a life come back into someone. When she'd finished, licked the last of it off her fingers, and looked up to meet my eyes, she flushed, suddenly aware of how she'd eaten. Full? I asked. She dropped her head. Late, and you're worn out. I looked at her startled eyes and kept my voice even and plain. You're in this house now, so you're my wife. Getting your health back comes first. That other business, there's a long road ahead. No hurry. She went still. In an age that treated a woman as property, as a tool for children, that no hurry steadied her more than any sweet word could have. She answered, low, and the taut string of her body finally went slack, and something moved at the back of her eyes that I thought was real gratitude. And the system's voice, absent a while, sounded again with a pleased electronic lilt. Ding. Host has taken a high potential female, Su Xiaoya, into the clan. Though the final step is not complete, the bond is formed and ownership established. Clan potential greatly raised. Congratulations, staged reward for expand the clan issued. Detected, host finances are severely lacking, hard to keep a household running. Special, newlywed settling package issued. 100 yuan cash, 50 gene of nationwide grain coupons, 20 industrial coupons, 2 zhang of cotton cloth coupon. Reminder, side quest, a medicine magnate start, 42 hours remain. The herb identification skill it rewards is the key to your fortune. As the voice fell, the lining of the patched coat in my hand went suddenly heavy. I felt in and drew out a thick roll of great unity notes, and a stack of many-colored coupons appeared from nowhere in the inner pocket. My heart eased. With this, tomorrow's trip to register the marriage and lay in what a household needs had solid ground under it. Ding. Su Xiaoya feels safety and gratitude. Happiness up. Reward, plus 20 points. Balance, 120. Points shop unlocked. Basic stamina tonic, 50. Fine rice / white flour, 10 per gene. Cloth, daily goods. My eyes lit. I'd nearly forgotten. The system said making a partner happy earns points. A perfect virtuous circle. I looked at Su Xiaoya with a good deal more warmth. Not just a wife, a treasure that pays out in points. Next morning I was up early. The settling money made the day's plans easy. Su Xiaoya was washing in the yard, the morning light on her, some of the death gone out of her face already. Done. I handed her a new towel, quietly redeemed from the shop for points, passed off as one I'd saved. She took it, faintly overwhelmed. Tidy up. We're going to the town. Register the marriage first, move your household over. Can't let it drag. The money, where'd it come from? She asked, worried. A man's business, don't dig into it. I rubbed her hair, laughing. Not stolen, not robbed. Stay with me, you won't go hungry. At the Red Flag Commune Civil Affairs office, 2 red marriage certificates came into our hands, and it was settled. She looked at the two of us standing side by side in the photo, and the great stone in her chest finally came down. She was no longer a masterless, black category. She was a Lin wife. Ding. Su Xiaoya's sense of belonging greatly raised. Happiness plus 30, points plus 30. From there I took her to the co-op, and with cloth and cotton coupons in hand cut a length of fine cotton, red ground scattered with white flowers, and weighed out a few gene of new batting. This is too dear. She watched the clerk's scissors and winced, small hand tight on my sleeve. We've just started out. We should save. Save what? I tucked the cloth into her arms, my eyes going over the patched old coat she wore. My wife's not going about dressed like a beggar. Make yourself something that fits. She flushed to her ears. Ding. Su Xiaoya feels her husband's care and praise. Happiness. Critical hit. Points plus 100. Inside I grinned. A dozen yuan of cloth, and back came 100 points. 10 jean of fine flour, or 2 stamina tonics, at shop prices. Pure profit. Out of the co-op, we went to the state restaurant, and watching her eat braised pork in quick small bites, color high in her face, I knew the life had started for real. Xiaoya. I set a piece in her bowl. After we eat, we head back. This afternoon, you mind the house and look after my sister. Have sisterly teach you to sew. And you? She looked up, and there was a leaning toward me in her eyes now. I've got to go into the mountains. I turned to the snow peaks out the window, my gaze sharpening. The medicine magnate countdown had 40 hours left. Miss it and no herb identification skill. Money in hand's not enough. Sit and eat and the mountain empties. I have to go find some seeds that grow into money. She paused, then put down her chopsticks and caught my hand, a little tense. The deep hills, they're dangerous. Rest easy, I said, turning my hand to hold her cold one. Guard the door. When I'm back, we'll plant some good things at home. Light words, but I knew this trip into the mountains was more than a quest. It was the first stone laid under the fortune to come. With that herb skill, ginseng and lingji would be there for the digging. What I didn't know was that while we were up in town enjoying the newlywed days, back in Shaha a pair of jealous, vicious eyes was fixed on the cowsheet. Zhang Zuohua listened to a neighbor's report, spat a seed husk hard onto the ground, her triangle eyes throwing green light. Off to the town buying things with the girl youth? Where'd that spendthrift get money? Then she thought of the boar, and something clicked. No, that boar meat. He's hidden it and sold it. That's the Lin family's money. While the little animal's up the mountain, I'll go through that cowshed properly. We reached Xiaha by early afternoon. The pale winter sun lay weak on the threshing stone at the village mouth, and a few old folks sunning there caught sight of us on the road and near dropped their eyes out of their heads. My hands were full of parcels, a tin of malted milk catching the light, co-op goods, high-end. And Su Xiaoya behind me, a big roll of red-flowered cloth in her arms, still in the old coat, but her face wind-flushed and alive, not a trace of the death in her from the night before. The murmuring rose like flies. Heavens, is that malted milk? Several yuan a tin. Lenny struck it rich? Threw his parents out and spends like that. I looked straight ahead, and with my free hand fell naturally into shielding Su Xiaoya from the side wind, a thing that set a few of the watching young wives quietly sour, since their own men wouldn't so much as let them off the wind to work. Back in the cowshed, the warmth met us at the door. Lin Lan was awake, up against the wall stitching a shoe sole, and at the sight of the parcels and, most of all, the red marriage certificate and new cloth, the long-sick woman's tears came at once. Good. That's good. She caught Su Xiaoya's hand, her wasted fingers shaking. Yixi's got a family. Su Xiaoya, shy, still called out clear and proper, sister. It sent Lin Lan's whole face into bloom. She fumbled a crumpled handkerchief from under her pillow with 50 cents knotted in it. Xiaoya, your sister's no use. This is a little I saved. Don't scorn it, a change of address gift. Su Xiaoya glanced at me. I nodded. Take it. It's the custom. And she did, warmed through. All right, enough of the tears. I opened the malted milk and mixed 2 bowls with hot water, the milk scent filling the room. Sister, drink this, it builds you back. Xiaoya, one for you too, warm your stomach. Then I turned to pack my kit, cleaver, bow, a water skin, spirit spring water, and a few black buns. Su Xiaoya set down her bowl and came quietly to straighten my collar from behind. You're really going now? She asked, small. Sooner's better than later. I turned to face her, a woman with a young wife's color in her now, the leaning and the worry in her eyes brushing at my heart like a feather. Ding. Su Xiaoya feels attachment to the host. Happiness slightly up, plus 10. Even a mosquito is meat. I tucked a stray hair behind her ear. The house is yours to hold. Then my gaze went to the flimsy wooden door, and cold came into it. When I'm gone, some in the village may get ideas. My parents, most of all. She stiffened. Remember, this house is your word now. I fetched a rolling pin from the corner and put it in her hands and closed my grip over hers so she felt the weight of it. Anyone forces the door, anyone comes to make a scene, never mind who, never mind rank. Drive them out. Anything comes of it, I carry it. She looked at the heavy pin, then at my eyes, and drew a breath, and that deep sent-down youth stubbornness came up in her. Rest easy. As long as there's breath in me, no one touches a needle or thread of this house. I smiled satisfied. That was the spine I wanted. Only a woman who guards the food is fit to keep my house. 3 in the afternoon, bow on my back, I stepped into the snow and vanished at the mouth of the mountain forest behind the village. The cowshed door shut and barred behind me. Su Xiaoya sat on the Kong edge with scissors and the red cloth, cutting a new jacket for Lin Lan. Xiaoya. Lin Lan glanced at the window, worried. Yitzi, gone like that. Will he be back tonight? He said he'll stay the night in the hills, looking for herbs. Su Xiaoya answered without looking up, the scissors flying. Don't fret, sister. He's more than able. The words were barely out when, bang, the courtyard gate took a hard blow, groaning on its frame. The scissors stopped in her hand. Linny, come out here, you little animal. Zhang Tsuewa's shrill voice knifed through the boards, all gunpowder. I know you're home. I saw you come back with your shopping. Open this door. Lin Lan went white, near stabbing her own hand, and made on instinct to climb down. It's mother, sister, you sit. Su Xiaoya pressed her back, set down the scissors, and straightened, and the frost came over that gentle face. She drew the rolling pin from under the pillow. Linny said it. This house is my word now. She went to the door and looked through the crack. Zhang Zihua stood there full of menace, Lin Er beside her, an empty cloth sack in her hand, her triangle eyes already crawling greedily over the cowshed window. Come to strip the place bare while the man was away. Su Xiaoya gave a cold laugh and spoke through the door, her voice clear and cold. Lin Yi's gone into the mountains. Whatever it is, wait till he's back. At gone into the mountains, the wariness dropped off Zhang Tsuehua's face, and a gloating boldness took its place. Gone up the mountain, even better. She pounded the boards, dust sifting down. I'm his mother. I've come for my son's things, heaven's own right. You're Su Xiaoya? A little bride just through the door. What do you know of the rules? Open up, or I'll pull this rotten door off myself. She cut her eyes at Lin Er. He caught it, stepped back, and drove his heel into the boards. With a crack the flimsy bar gave. This was no house call. This was armed robbery in the open. The door bar gave with a crack, and the flimsy wooden door slammed inward on a gust of snow and Zhang Tsuehua's sickening greed. Aya, heaven above. She was barely over the threshold before her triangle eyes swept past the rolling pin and Su Xiaoya's frost-hard face and locked onto the Kong table. The tin of malted milk, the roll of red-flowered cloth, the packet of sugar. Spendthrift. It's all good things. Her eyes went red as a starving wolf's at meat, and she lunged. This was bought with the Lin family's money. It's mine. She reached straight past Su Xiaoya for the cloth, treating the thin city girl as furniture that wouldn't dare truly swing a stick. She was wrong. Su Xiaoya was thin and weak. But she remembered the look in Lin Yi's eyes when he left, and that this cloth was the dignity he'd bought her. It was hers. The instant that grimy fat hand was about to touch it, she shut her eyes, set her teeth, and brought the rolling pin down with a whistle of desperate resolve. A crack, flat across the back of Zhang Tsuehua's hand. She screeched like a stuck pig, a red welt rising, and snatched the hand back, disbelieving. Little slut, you dare hit me. This is my house, Su Xiaoya said, both hands white on the pin, her thin body shaking but her cold eyes hard, planted in front of the Kong. Linny said it. Anyone who steals, we drive out. Get out. Rebellion. Rebellion. Zhang Tsuehua wheeled and screamed at the door. Second, are you dead? Watching your mother get beaten? In here. Haul this little wretch off and carry everything out. Lin Er, long hungry for that malted milk, gave a leering laugh, rolled up his sleeves, and rushed in. 20-odd and built like an ox, crushing a frail woman youth was, to him, like pinching an ant. Sorry, sister-in-law, but good things aren't for the likes of you to keep. He grabbed for the pin. Su Xiaoya flailed it in panic. He caught it and yanked, and the pull dragged her off balance, stumbling forward. His filthy hands reached for her shoulder. On the Kong, Lin Lan wailed, tried to climb down to help, and fell straight to the floor. Despair. Su Xiaoya shut her eyes. I can't hold the house. I'm useless. And in that hair's breadth moment, a furious, tear-cracked shriek went off at the door. I'll see who dares touch her. A figure charged in like a maddened leopardess, an iron spade raised, Li Xiulian. The widow who dropped her eyes at every passerby and never dared raise her voice stood there wild-haired, eyes blood-red. She'd been listening through the wall, terrified, but more terrified of the disappointment in Lin Yi's eyes when he came home. He was her benefactor, the man who'd given her meat and saved her and her child. His house, his wife, being robbed. If she played dead, was she even human? She swung the spade down onto Lin Er's back with a heavy clang. Not a killing spot, but enough. He yowled and let Su Xiaoya go, spun clutching his back, and gaped at the shaking widow. Widow Li? You've gone mad? What's this to you? This is Brother Lin's house. She threw herself in front of Su Xiaoya, chest heaving, and leveled the spade. Brother Lin's in the mountains, but we're still here. You want to rob it? You go through me first. Su Xiaoya got up off the floor and looked at the woman shielding her, the legendary broken shoe widow, and saw her legs trembling with terror, and saw that she did not give one step back. Something in Su Xiaoya's chest was struck hard. She picked up the rolling pin and stepped to Li Xiulian's side. One tall, one slight, two women with no prior bond, standing shoulder to shoulder in that moment for the same man, the same home. Come on, then, Su Xiaoya said coldly to Zhang Zuohua. Either you beat us both to death, or you get out. Wait till Lin Yi's home, see how he deals with you. At the name Zhang, Zuohua's face twitched. She remembered the blood-wet slaughter cleaver, and the racket had drawn the neighbors, heads craning at the door. If this blew up and the village head came, her robbing her own son had no leg to stand on. And most of all, facing these two red-eyed women, a thread of real fear crept up in her. Fine, fine. You wait. She spat, vicious. Two shameless little vixens, ganging up on your own mother-in-law. We'll see what that little animal says when he's back. Second move. She hauled the still-rubbing Lin Er and shoved out through the crowd. Crisis passed. The spade clattered from Li Xiulian's hands, and she folded, wrung empty. Su Xiaoya caught her, and startled at how soft she was, a ripe peach fullness even through the coat, a world away from her own gaunt frame. You all right? Li Xiulian gasped, cold sweat on her face, already reaching for Su Xiaoya's hand first. Not hurt. Nothing taken. Su Xiaoya looked at the concern brimming in her eyes and felt everything tangle. She'd heard the village gossip too. But in this moment, all she saw was a woman who'd risked her life to guard a home. I'm fine. She took out the handkerchief Lin Yi had bought and gently wiped the sweat from Li Xiulian's brow. Thank you, Sister Xiulian. Thank me for what? Li Xiulian mumbled, ducking her head, red to the ears. Brother Lin gave me meat, saved my life. His house, I've got to help watch it. Su Xiaoya said nothing, only helped her to the Kong and lifted Lin Lan up off the floor. Meanwhile, up on Changbai, I was wading snow past my knees, wind scraping my face like a knife. 3 hours in, I stopped under a red pine, wiped the ice from my face, and frowned. Hard going. Without the herb identification skill, finding a rare medicinal in a snow-sealed forest was a needle in the sea. What I had was the Grandmaster hunting skill, which read the lay of the land and the way plants grew, sun and shelter, and the perfect body sight and hearing that could catch the faintest wrongness under the snow. I remembered old ginseng hunters in the past life saying the best roots grow on shaded slopes, too steep for crows, in mixed pine and broadleaf, stands where the good air gathers. So I didn't blunder about. I worked toward the steep, shaded, trackless places, the only ground that might still hide untouched hard currency. Even so, the going was maddeningly slow. Frozen roots, common magnolia vine, nothing more. I drank a mouthful of spring water, cool, sweet, the fatigue and the itch of impatience easing, and pushed deeper, toward the belly of Laohe Shan, where the old folks swore the beasts were thick, tigers even, and the good things all lay. A Leon, I stopped dead. Every hair on the back of my neck stood up at once, the shudder of being marked by a top predator. The Grandmaster skill screamed the alarm through my nerves, not Herb's. Death. It was too quiet. No birds. A twig snapped, faint, in the brush behind and to my side. A sound the wind would have swallowed if not for the sharpened ears. I didn't turn. I didn't even change my breathing. But my hand slid, slow and easy, toward the cleaver at my waist. 20 meters back, in the yellow scrub, two eyes burned green as ghost fire, fixed on the back of my neck. A grown leopard, near 2 meters long, coin spots flowing over muscle that moved like water, dropping low, paws sheathed, easing into the shape of a killing spring. In this forest, it was the assassin king, and the two-legged thing ahead looked like the perfect meal. One man, one cat, locked in the frozen dusk between living and dying. The wind died. The air went thick as glue. I kept the pose, back to it, every muscle drawn to a full tight bow, betting on the beast's patience. A leopard loves the ambush from behind and springs the instant its prey turns or runs. My only road out was to be faster and meaner than it. The breath behind me thickened. Now, the skill read the timing to a hair, and the instant its hind legs drove off the ground I moved, not turning but throwing myself flat and forward into an ugly, life-saving roll. A black shape ripped past a finger's width over my scalp, the claws. Half a second slower, and my skull opens like a melon. It landed, spun, for claws raking up a spray of snow, and came again, a fired shell, too close now for the bow. I dropped to one knee and gripped the cleaver, and made my eyes meaner than the beast's. Can't run, so kill. Come on. I roared and went at it, and as its jaws opened for my throat, I drove my left arm up into that mouth. The fangs tore through the coat and into me, pain to the bone, but that was the trade. Bait the mouth, lock it in place. Then the knife, everything behind it, up and in under the soft of the belly. That part I'll leave there. It shrieked and thrashed, claws shredding my coat to ribbons and scoring my chest, blood everywhere. But I didn't give a step, and the perfect body strength, 3 times a normal man's, pinned the 100-gene cat under me until the green light in its eyes scattered and went out, and it lay still. I shoved the carcass off and lay back in the blood-red snow, heaving, laughing, wild and open. A true fight for my life, and I'd won, and winning meant meat, meant money. I sat up, drank deep of the spring water, and the wound's fire dimmed, the bleeding staunched. A glossy hide, a hole in the belly but still worth good money. The bones better still, a tonic and liquor. I turned to break the beast down, and my eye caught the brush it had sprung from. Under a wind-sheltered rock face, where the snow lay thin, a patch of dead yellow grass showed through. And at its center, one plant, keeping an eerie deep green, palmate leaves, and at the crown a cluster of berries red as dripping blood against the white, a red so vivid it ran my heart faster. My eyes locked on it. I didn't need the skill to know it. The marks were too plain. Ginseng, wild ginseng, and buried. I forgot the wounds and scrambled to it. 6 prongs of leaf, an old root, 50, 60 years of fire in it by the trade's reckoning, a true earth spirit. No wonder the leopard held this ground. The old people said heaven's treasures always have a fierce beast set to guard them, and it's true. I drew the red cord from the space, a hunter's rule, so the ginseng won't run, and tied it to the stem with shaking hands. Then, not daring even to use iron, worked the frozen earth loose with my fingers. Half an hour later, a flawless old wild ginseng, whiskers whole, neck long, shaped like a little man, lay in my palm. Ding! Congratulations! Rare medicinal, 60-year wild ginseng, obtained. Side quest, a medicine magnate's start complete. Reward, skill book, advanced herb identification, grandmaster branch, points plus 50. Advanced. The reward was supposed to be basic. Had the sheer grade of what I dug pulled the reward up with it? When I opened my eyes again, the world had changed. Looking at the root in my hand, the detail bloomed in my mind of itself. Wild ginseng, 62 years restores collapsed chi, greatly nourishes the source. Transplanted into the space, gains an estimated 10 years of medicinal age per 30 days. 10 years a month. I drew a sharp breath. This wasn't farming. This was printing money, the kind of life-saving money no one alive can refuse. Without hesitation, I swept the root and the whole leopard carcass into the space. With this ginseng and the spirit field, the capital was in hand. I looked at the darkening sky. Time to go home. 2 women were waiting. But when I came back to the cowshed reeking of blood, what I saw put the fury clean over the joy. The door was shut, but the bar was a freshly cut stick, replaced. And in the snow at the door, besides my own tracks, ran a mess of big footprints and a few drops of blood not yet covered over. Blood. Trouble. I shoved the door open. Su Xiaoya came off the Kong edge like a shot, the scissors in her hand leveled at the door, wound tight as a cornered cat, and even Lin Lan shrank into a ball. But it wasn't Zhang Cuihua come back. It was a man wrapped in snow and rags and a thick reek of blood. Lin Yi. The scissors hit the Kong with a clang. She stood frozen a second, her eyes went red, and she threw herself at me heedless, arms locked round my waist, face buried against my cold, blood-smelling chest, shaking. All the hardness she'd shown Zhang Cuihua collapsed the instant she saw me, into an endless flood of grievance and after fear. I stiffened, then lifted my good hand and patted her back. It's over. I'm home. Over her shoulder, Li Xiulian standing lost by the stove with a basin, tear tracks not dry, Lin Lan pale but unhurt. I breathed out, and the killing that had wanted to tear the sky came down a little. The blood at the door? Whose? Lin Airs, Li Xiulian said, small, wiping her hands. They came to rob you. I hit him with the spade. I looked at the two of them, one with a rolling pin, one with a spade, and they'd driven off that shrew and that layabout between them. Well done. I let the approval show, and the widow flushed to her ears, sweeter than honey inside. Su Xiaoya lifted her head to say something, and her eyes froze on my left arm. The coat torn away, the meat curled and open, blood gone black-purple and stuck to the wadding. You're hurt. Her face went white, her voice shaking. This much blood, what did you meet? Claw marks, Li Xiulian breathed, a mountain woman who knew them at a glance. A tiger? A leopard? A scratch? Ran into a beast that didn't know better. I waved it off. No sense telling them about a leopard, or neither would sleep. Don't move, that's no scratch. Su Xiaoya pressed me down and turned to Li Xiulian. Sister, hot water, quick, and scissors and clean cloth. In that moment, she took up the mistress of the house. By the yellow lamp, I sat bare to the waist while she knelt at my side, cutting the cloth and wadding away from the wound, her hands shaking, her tears dropping hot onto my arm. Crying for what? It's nothing. I reached to wipe her face and got my hand slapped away. Don't move, she snapped, red-eyed, fierce and heartbreaking at once. Are you made of iron? A gash that deep and you don't even flinch. Li Xiulian came with the water, saw Su Xiaoya had the cloth in hand, and stepped quietly back, something wistful crossing her face, quickly settled into her own place. She'd been married. She was a widow. She knew where she stood. To be near him at all was enough for her. I'll do it. I took a little bamboo tube from my coat, the space, with diluted spring water in it. Herb juice I found up the mountain. Stops blood like magic. A small lie, and I poured it on. A cool wave crossed the burning. Before their eyes the bleeding slowed, the edges drawing closed. Both women stared. What is that? So quick. A hill remedy, I said, vague, and looked at Su Xiaoya. Bind it, and it's done. Cheap for what it bought. You're not to throw your life away like this again, she wept, wrapping the bandage. If you didn't come back, what happens to me and sister? To this house? Something at the softest part of me took the blow. I pulled her into my good arm, my chin on her hair. As long as you're here, I always come back. Ding. Family members Su Xiaoya and Li Xiulian's reliance on the host has peaked. Clan cohesion greatly raised. Reward, points plus 200. Balance, 500. Listening to the chime, feeling the warmth against me, my eyes went past them, cold and deep. We'd won the fight, but it laid bare a great problem. This home was too soft. A broken cowshed with no proper door. Leave, and any shrew or layabout can shove in. And the more I hauled back from the mountains, the more eyes would turn. Money isn't enough. I need ground. I need walls. I need a fortress no one can break, not just to grow herbs, but to shut the covetous flies out for good. Late that night, Li Xiulian gone home and Lin Lan asleep. Su Xiaoya wouldn't hear of me on the floor and dragged me onto the Kong. I lay on my side and looked at her still quick breathing. Can't sleep? She burrowed closer, a startled kitten. Every time I close my eyes, it's Zhang Cuihua's face and the blood on your arm. Xiaoya. I said into the dark. You want a different life? What life? We don't stay in this cowshed. On that way slope at the west, and I'm going to raise a house. Gray brick, tile roof, high walls, a big yard, a couple of wolfhounds. Anyone comes near, we let the dogs off. She gave a small, rueful laugh. That'd cost a fortune, and the village would never grant the land. The money I have. The land. I thought of the 60-year route in the space, and smiled. In this age some things beat money. Tomorrow I go talk to the village head, and I'll have the whole village watch the Lin family walk out of this shed, raise a tower, and set out to feast. She listened to a blueprint that sounded a world away, and yet in my arm her floating heart came to rest. I believe you, she said, a hand on my chest over the heartbeat, and slept. Next morning I was up early, the wound scabbed thick overnight from the spring water. In the space the ginseng had already rooted, its whiskers plumped, the age jumped from 62 to 63 in a single night. I didn't mean to sell it. It was a life-saving trump and a knocking stone. To land that slope, money to the village wasn't enough. Land belonged to the collective, and selling it was a grave crime. The only road was to contract it under the banner of a sideline, developing the collective economy, and that wanted someone with pull, someone who could hold off the pressure from above. Zhao Jiangwo didn't have that weight. My eyes turned toward the county seat. In the life before, the secretary of the county revolutionary committee, Liao Wan, was famously devoted to his mother, and that mother, high-placed and long-ailing, had gone into the county hospital these very days with heart failure. A favor for a foundation. I took an ordinary 10-year route from the space. Not the prize. Plenty for a first meeting gift. The treasure was for a truly big man. Off to the county today, I told Su Xiaoya as I changed. She straightened my collar without a word, her eyes soft. Come back early. Tonight, I'll make dumplings. Home, in 3 words. I pinched her cheek and went. At the village mouth, I ran into someone I hadn't wanted to. Zhao Deju, hands behind his back, that stomach-turning false smile on him. Oh, Linny, off to make your fortune this early. I stopped. His eyes kept sliding to the bundle on my back. The old fox, had he caught a scent? Make a fortune? I said flat. A fresh-split drifter living in a cowshed. What fortune would I make? Dug a few roots and barks to trade for medicine in the county. Keep my sister breathing. Roots and barks. He pressed a step closer, sniffing. Lin E, our village is collective. Every blade on that mountain is the state's. You go up there on your own and dig something precious and don't hand it over. That's tearing at the wall of socialism. Speculation. A big hat, and worn smooth from use. In this age those words could crush a man. I looked at the sanctimonious face and, far from panic, wanted to laugh. In the life before this official tone might have cowed me. Now I leaned in and let the beast I'd built killing animals in the deep hills off its leash. The reek of blood and rust off me from the leopard, unwashable. He went pale. Accountant Zhao, I said low, hoarse, a knife dragged over his eardrum. The Lai Tucson business, forgotten already? My memory's poor. My knife's memory is good. I'll kill the beasts on that mountain. So if someone truly won't let me live, won't let my sister live. I paused, reached out, and gently straightened his collar, my cold fingers brushing his warm neck, so he shuddered head to foot. Then I've no choice but to trade lives with him. He stumbled back 2 steps, near sitting down, and stared into my eyes and found no fear there, only a flat indifference to whether anyone lived or died. This one had killed, had seen blood. You. His nerve leaked out of him all at once, and he waved a hollow hand. Fine your heart. Go on, get out of the road. I snorted, shifted the bundle, and walked on toward the county, and only when I was gone into the snow did he find his back soaked through. The little animals turned unnatural, he muttered, venom in it. Wait till you're alone. On the county road the system's voice chimed. Ding. New main quest. Family cornerstone. A great tower rises from flat ground. A strong clan must hold its own ground. Within 3 days, lawfully obtain use rights to the 15 mu of wasteland on Xiaha's west slope. Reward. Grandmaster building blueprints. Basic manner. Points plus 500, plus 1 random attribute. Failure. Forfeit all current points. The system was a worm in my own gut. I was already set on the house, and here came the quest, with Grandmaster blueprints for a prize. In an age of mudbrick and, at best, Red brick. A manor built to those plans would be a blow from another dimension. County Secretary Liao Wan, I murmured. It all rides on you now. Hongqi County in 1976 was only a shade livelier than the town. Gray Soviet blocks, red slogans on the walls, revolutionary songs blaring from the loudspeakers, everyone hurrying by in blue-gray padded work clothes. I had no eye for the period scenery. I went straight for the hospital on the strength of memory. Liao Wan, the famous filial son, his mother's old heart trouble suddenly worse this winter, the hospital out of answers, the man near to kneeling to the doctors. At a time like that, money's no use. Only a life-saving medicine is. At the gate, the disinfectant reek hit me, and a knot of gawkers pointed inward. Over their heads, I saw a jeep in the yard, and beside it a middle-aged man in a four-pocket cadre coat, sweating, bellowing at a white-coated doctor. This is your level? I bring my mother here, and all you give me is prepare for the funeral? Secretary Liao, please, calm yourself. The doctor pleaded, Cap ask you. It's heart failure, and she's very old. We've even used the imported drugs. Her body just won't take them. I don't want to hear it, the man cried, red-eyed, collar torn open, all his usual polish gone. I'm asking you, is there a way to save her? Even one more month. The doctor bowed his head, silent. The man shut his eyes in despair and swayed against the jeep door, a big man in the county reduced to a helpless child before the loss of his mother. I have a way. My voice came from the edge of the crowd, calm and level, and every head turned like a stone dropped in a pool. Liao Wan's eyes snapped open. I came through the crowd, ragged coat, bow and bundle on my back, and though I looked wretched, my eyes were bright, a mountain man's wildness and certainty on me. Who are you? He asked, wary. Xiahe Village. Lin Yi. I stopped 3 steps off, neither cringing nor cowed, reached into my coat, and drew out the red cloth bundle, opening it fold by fold. I hear the old lady's weak, won't take a tonic. I held out the old root, whiskers whole, neck long, shaped like a little man, faint sheen along the body, the berries at its crown red as blood. Dug it in the deep Changbai forest. A pure wild ginseng, 60 years. What the old ones call the life-hanging golden herb. A hiss went through the ones who knew. The doctor's head came up, and he lost his voice. 60 years? That's a treasure. Liao Wan's pupils shrank. He knew nothing of medicine, but he read the roots grayed off the faces around him. You say it can save her? His voice shook. Try it and see. I met his eyes, flat and certain. Shave a slice. Hold it under her tongue. 10 minutes. If it does nothing, my head's yours. The most arrogant promise there is, and the one a desperate man can't refuse. He stared at me 5 full seconds, then snatched the bundle and ran for the ward, roaring, Director Wong, slice it. Now save her. I stood watching him go, the corner of my mouth lifting. Outside the emergency room, the corridor was thick with dread. I leaned on the wall, eyes shut, ignoring the nurses and families whispering that I was a swindler, a country boy gone mad chasing a big man's favor. I was going over it. The 63-year route was a true treasure, but what would truly pull the old woman back from the brink was the few drops of spring water I'd quietly shaken onto the cloth. Ginseng steadies the root. Spirit water washes the marrow and wakes the life. Put them together, and King Yama himself would have to wait at the door a while. The door creaked open. Liao Wan came out clinging to the frame, soaked through as if fished from a river after half an hour. But on the gray, despairing face was written a disbelieving, overflowing joy. She's alive. She's really alive. Not a quarter hour after the slice went under her tongue, the color had come back into her face, the monitor's line gone from a thread to a steady beat. Director Wong himself called it a miracle. Where's Lin Yi? Comrade Lin, where are you? His eyes raked the corridor. Here, Secretary. I opened my eyes, knocked the dust off my sleeve, and walked over. He gripped my hand hard enough to crush the bones. Brother, thank you. A great kindness needs no thanks. Beside himself, dropping rank to call me brother before the whole hospital. You saved my mother's life. You saved Liao Wan's life. This debt I carry to the grave. The doctors and nurses stared, dumbstruck. The county's top secretary, calling a mud-legged farmer brother. You overstayed it, Secretary. I drew my hand back, easy. The old lady's blessed by heaven. I only happened by. If the root can save a life, That's the best home it could find. Huh. Well said, blessed by heaven. The more he looked at me, the better he liked me. Able, bold, and unpuffed by the deed, a temper you rarely see even in cadres. Come to my office. Name your price for the ginseng. Whatever it is, I won't haggle. In his office at the county committee, a cup of good jasmine tea steamed in front of me. Brother, don't stand on ceremony, he said, earnest, across the desk. 60-year wild ginseng. I know the rate, 500 on the black market more. My salary's small, but I'll scrape 300 together. The rest I'll write you a note for. 300 yuan. In 1976 that bought a small courtyard or married 3 wives. I nodded to myself, a man worth dealing with, one who repays a kindness. But I hadn't come to sell for money. Money I could make endlessly with the system and the space. Power and a protecting umbrella money can't buy. Secretary, I don't want the money. I pushed the passbook back. He stiffened, went stern. Brother, what's this? Too little? Or do you look down on Liaowen? Neither. I shook my head and turned serious. I'm a Xiahe villager, raised in those mountains. It grieves me to watch my village sit on a gold mountain and beg. That range is full of treasure, and the folk are poor to the bone. I want to open a test field on the waste slope at our west end. Contract that stony ground nobody wants, grow herbs, raise stock, and with my own 2 hands lift my family, and in time the village, into a better life. But the policy being what it is, and some of our cadres being timid and rigid, I'm afraid my bit of fire gets smothered with a capitalist tail hat before it's even lit. So I don't want money. I want you to write me a note, a bit of policy backing, so I can do this out in the open, by rights. It came out righteous, and squarely on the right side of the line, not for private gain, but a test field, collective economy. His whole view of things opened. He hadn't expected such awareness and vision from a countryman. Grow herbs, raise stock. He rubbed his chin, thinking. From anyone else he'd have refused flat. Contracting land was a mistake to be punished. But Lin Yi had saved his mother and had that grade of ginseng in hand, which meant he truly knew the craft. And the wind above was shifting, diversified management was being encouraged. Good. He slapped the desk, admiration in his eyes. You've got the heart, I've got to back it. This isn't taking the capitalist road. This is exploring a new path for mountain economies. It's a contribution to the revolution. He took up his pen, spread a red-header sheet, and wrote. Minutes later, a reply regarding support for Xiahe Village's pilot in mountain herb cultivation, stamped with the County Revolutionary Committee's red seal, was in my hand. It approved my contracting 15 mu of wasteland for a pilot and added a line. The commune and brigade are requested to cooperate and support. That wasn't a note. That was an imperial sword. Take this, he said gravely. Show it to your village head. Anyone tries to block you, send him straight to me. And he pressed 200 yuan and a fat handful of industrial coupons on me besides. That's the medicine money, a separate account. Refuse it, and you slap my face. I couldn't decline. 200 yuan, an imperial sword, and a county secretary in my debt. The trip had paid many times over. Bundle heavier by the imperial sword, I didn't hurry home. Money in hand, nerves steady, and to build big and live well, a slip of paper isn't enough. In an age of scarcity, solid goods are the hard truth. I walked into the county supply and marketing building. Past the counters of goods, I didn't flinch like the other country folk, but went straight to hardware and dry goods. Comrade, your best trowel, a short-handled hatchet, 2 windproof storm lanterns. The clerk, a middle-aged woman with her nose in the air, cracked seeds without looking up. Industrial coupons? No coupons. No sale, money or not. A stack of crisp coupons, still smelling of ink, slapped down on the glass. 20 of them. Harder currency than cash in that county. Her seed stopped mid-crack. She looked up at the ragged coat and the cadre steady bearing and spun 180 degrees. Aya, one moment. Comrade, I'll fetch you the best. That's the world. It greets the coat before the man, but before sheer buying power a torn coat carries the weight of a fur one. I ran my finger down the counter. 10 jin of fine flour, 10 of rice, 2 drums of soybean oil, 5 jin of that brown sugar. And my eye stopped on a pair of small red leather boots in the corner, the height of fashion then, a luxury only a cadre's child could wear. Su Xiaoya's feet were small, and her patched cloth shoes had long since let the chilblains in. Those boots, size 36. Wrap them. A sweep of the counter, 50-odd yuan gone of the 300, and every fun of it worth spending. Out in a quiet alley, I slipped most of the weight into the space and walked out of the county with the rice and flour and the little boots in hand, into the dark. Xiaoha had gone near lightless when I reached it. Only that bean of yellow in the cowshed window. Before I touched the door, I heard Su Xiaoya's voice, low and firm. Sister, sleep. I'm not tired. I'll stitch a couple more rows of sole. Lin, he said he'd be back tonight. Xiaoya, you rest too, Lin Lan urged weakly. Staring at that door, you'll ruin your eyes. I'm not tired. Watching the house, my heart sits easy. I stood in the snow listening, and a warmth ran through me. This was home. However, I fought and schemed outside. When I came back here, a lamp was lit for me, and someone was waiting. I pushed the door in on a gust of cold. Who? The scissors leveled at me. Then she saw my face, dropped them with a clang, and threw herself into me heedless. You're back. Two thin arms locked round my neck hard enough to choke me. I caught her one-handed and felt her shaking against me, worried near sick. I told you I'd come back. She let go, wiped the corners of her eyes, embarrassed, and went to fetch my slippers. Not yet. I stopped her and produced from behind my back a box tied with red ribbon. Try these. She blinked, opened it careful, and there lay a pair of new dark red leather boots, fine-grained, still carrying that good leather smell. A thing walked out of a picture magazine, in a village of black cloth and rubber shoes. 4 for me. She covered her mouth, eyes round. Who else? I crouched and, without asking, took one of her feet, patched socks, toes curling shy, and warmed the cold little foot in my hand, worked off the old shoe, and slid on the boot. A perfect fit, the red setting off the pale ankle. There. Wear these out from now on, I said, looking up at her. You're my woman. Let the whole village see that with me. You don't suffer. She looked at the boots, then at the man kneeling to put them on her, and the tears came and would not stop. Ding. Su Xiaoya's happiness has broken the threshold. She has entered a wholly devoted state. Reward, points plus 300. Note, your partner's emotional state is excellent. A deeper exchange now has a high chance to trigger a special reward. My throat moved. I stood, lifted the still weeping woman, and set her on the new bedding at the head of the Kong. Crying for what? Dry your eyes. I leaned over her, a hand to either side, looking down. She flushed apple red and didn't shy away, only shut her eyes, lashes trembling, yielding. I bent and found the lips I'd wanted. The rest of that night belongs to the two of us. Across the Kong, Lin Lan buried her burning face in the quilt and made a show of sleep. Next morning I woke clear-headed. Su Xiaoya still slept, curled like a lazy cat. I didn't wake her, washed, took the precious red header from the space, and tucked it away. The home was settled. Now for the land. In the Xiaoha Brigade office, the tobacco smoke hung thick. Behind the desk, Zhao Dezhu nursed an enamel mug and grumbled at the village head. Village head, I don't like to say it, but that Lin, he gets crazier by the day. At the village mouth yesterday, that look of his, like he'd eat a man. Off to the county to buy his sister medicine, he says. More like off to blow the boar money somewhere. That kind's a wall of wet mud, a little cash, and it burns a hole in him. Zhao Jingwo drew on his pipe, frowning. Enough. Last night got smoothed over, but the wrong of it was yours. The boy has meat now, and he's a hothead. Push him too far, and nobody profits. Push him in what? Zhao Dezhu snorted. This is still Xiaoha, and it's still our say-so. He wants a footing here. He doesn't move without our nod. That house he wants to build. Long as I'm sitting here, he doesn't get 1 foot of land. Who says I don't get the land? The door banged open on my boot. Cold poured in and scattered the smoke, and I walked in, filling the doorway like a tower. Zhao Dezhu jumped, spilling tea in his own lap. Linny, what? This is the brigade office. You want to rebel? Zhao Jingwo frowned too. Yeetsi, talk it out. What's kicking the door for? Talk it out. I pulled a chair over and sat broad, looking the two of them over. I'd like to. Only just now at the door I thought I heard someone say, long as he's sitting here, I don't get the land. Zhao Dezhu's face stiffened, then curled cold. I said it, so what? Linny, don't think 1 boar makes you somebody. That's collective land. Build on the west slope? Dream on. State property. The approvals are a maze. The commune has to nod. The county has to file it. You got the reach for that. Officialese, to crush a man. In this age, that maze could run a common man's legs off and leave him with nothing. Approvals? I smiled and drew from my coat the folded red header, gentle as handling a treasure. Accountant Zhao's right. Things want doing by the rules, with paperwork. I laid it on the desk, 2 fingers on it, and slid it across. Take a look, both of you. He glanced down, contemptuous, and his pupils shrank to pinpoints. The blazing red line at the top, Office of the Hongqi County Revolutionary Committee, hit him like a hammer. Then the body, approved. Xiahe Village, pilot. Lin Ida contract, every word a ringing slap. And at the bottom the fresh red seal and Liao Wen's own flying signature. This is impossible, he stammered, hands shaking. How would you know Secretary Liao? It's a fake. It has to be fake. A fake. I leaned back. Forging an official document is a beheading matter, Accountant Zhao. If you think it's fake, call the county now and ask. I'll cover the call. He went dumb. Bad as he wasn't fool enough to think I'd forged that. Zhao Zhengwo leaned in, and his old face changed color. Years as village head had given him an eye. This was an imperial sword. Yitzi, no, Comrade Linny. He snatched the paper up in both hands like a decree. Would you look at this? We were just this minute talking over how to support your sideline, and you've gone and got the county's word already. This is a fine thing, a heaven-sized fine thing. He shot Zhao Dezhu a glare. Old Zhao, what are you sitting there for? The county's spoken. Those 15 mu on the west slope, we back it to the hilt. Bring the seal, sign the contract. Zhao Dezhu looked like he'd swallowed a fly. A breath ago, he'd sworn I'd never touch the land. Now the paper had slapped him flat, and it came pressed down from the county, so he didn't dare so much as break wind. He took the seal from the drawer, shaking, and every time it came down his heart bled, because this wasn't about a piece of ground. It was power-changing hands. From today, I carried a charm no one in Xiahe would dare cross. Minutes later, a red-stamped land contract was in my hand. 30-year term, rent 10 yuan a year. Wasteland was worth nothing then. A token sufficed. Ding. Main quest, family cornerstone complete. Rating, perfect. Used high connections for a dimensional strike. Took the land and cowed the vermin outright. Reward, Grandmaster building blueprints. Basic manner, stored to the space. Points plus 500, plus 1 random attribute, assign. I put the point into physique, and a warm current ran through me. Last night's spend restored, and then some. I stood, looked down at the ash-faced accountant, and clapped his shoulder. Thanks, Accountant Zhao. Then, low in his ear, that land's mine now. If you've nothing to do out there, don't come wandering. The dogs I'll keep won't know a friendly face. I laughed and walked out, leaving 2 cadres staring after me. Old Zhao Zhengwo sighed. From now on, leave him be. That boy's made. Zhao Dezhu's knuckles went white on the mug, the venom near spilling out of his eyes. Made? The higher you climb, the worse you fall. Outside, the sun was good. I looked at the rolling waste at the village's west end, a field of loose rock and dead weeds. And where others saw stones, I saw a manor rising, herb plots, stock pens, the root I'd stand on in this age. I needed hands. And one name came up, Li Dazhuang. The village's famous big simpleton. Huge, honest, dirt poor, near 30 and no wife. Building a house needs muscle, and a loyal, uncomplicated man was exactly what I wanted first. At the village's tail end, in a mud house half caved in, the poorest in Xiahe, poor enough to make a mouse weep on the way out, I pushed aside the grass mat door. Li Dazhuang was crouched over a cracked bowl, shoveling black wild greens paste into his mouth, his blind old mother moaning on the comm. At the sight of me, 190 of him and built like a black bear, he flinched so hard he near dropped the bowl. Lin, brother Lin. He scrambled up, wiping his hands on his patched trousers. What brings you? You come to fight? I've got strength. In his simple head, I was the village's hard man now, and a hard man comes to brawl. I looked at those clear, dumb, honest eyes and laughed. Not fighting. Working. I put a grain coupon and 2 yuan on the 3-legged table. Those 15 mu on the west slope, I've contracted them. I need a man to watch the ground and do the heavy work. 3 meals a day, oil in every one. 20 yuan a month wages, and a share of meat at year's end. In or out? The bowl hit the floor and shattered. How much? 20? And fed. His ox eyes went wide and the tears came out of nowhere. A lifetime working for the production team had never once put cash in his hand. In. Brother Lin, I'll sell you my life. Keep your life. I want your back. I clapped his shoulder. Come now, help me measure the ground and drive stakes. Half an hour on the west slope waste, the sky hung low and gray and the northwest wind cut like blades. Li Dazhuang and I floundered through the rock with stakes and rope, marking the 15 mu. Brother Lin, it's all stone. Nothing will grow. Under the stone's the gold, I said, and glanced at the sky, and my brow tightened. Wrong. The cloud pressed too low, a bone-deep, wet cold in the air, the white hair wind, Chambai's own herald of a blizzard. Then, on the mountain track a way off, a figure fighting the wind caught my eye, a wash of faded blue. Li Xiuyan, a basket on her arm, floundering toward us, her headscarf torn away, her face wind-red. Sisterly, I set down the mallet and went to meet her. Brother Lin. Her face lit as at an anchor, and she pushed the basket at me, panting. I heard you'd taken this land and were out working. Figured you'd not eaten, so I fried a few scallion cakes, still warm. Golden cakes, the good smell of them plain, no small cost to her. I looked at her cracked, wind-red hands and something moved. Thank you, sister. I'd barely got it out when a shriek tore out of the valley and the world changed color. The drifting flakes became a wall of driven snow in an instant. Visibility crashed to under 5 meters. The white hair wind. No good. My face changed. This weather in the open kills. Lose your way and you die. Dazhuang, you're quick on your feet. Get back to the village now? Don't mind us. He hesitated. Roll. That's an order. He set his teeth, dropped the stakes, and ran off downwind. Thick-hided and running with the wind, he'd make it. But Li Xiuyan couldn't. Frail, she was already swaying, a leaf about to blow away. A gust caught her, and she cried out and went down in the snow. I grabbed her by the waist. We can't make it back. Toward the village was into the wind. Carrying her, we'd freeze on the road. Brother Lin, go, leave me, she sobbed, pushing at me, her voice torn to pieces by the wind. Quiet. I swept her up, wrapped her into my coat, and turned for the lee of the cliff, riding the Grandmaster skill's memory of the ground. Hold on to me. I remembered a vine-covered crack up above this rock slope, a natural shelter. Snow like knives, every step deep and sure. Against my chest she pressed to the heartbeat, and, oddly, the despair in her went quiet. Even dying here, together, seemed not so frightening. I found the rock face, hacked the dead vines off the mouth with the cleaver, and a black cave opened. In. I ducked into the dark with her, and the storm cut off behind us. Inside was not cold. 15 meters on a strange, warm, damp air met us. A faint smell of sulfur and flowers. I lit the county-bought storm lantern, and when the light came up we both stopped. A natural limestone cave, stalactites hung from the roof, and at the deepest point a pool, maybe 2 meters across, water clear to the bottom, steam curling off it, a faint glow to it, and by its edge a few unknown herbs growing lush green. 30 below outside. In here, spring. Is this the Dragon King's bathhouse? Li Xiuyan breathed, forgetting she was still in my arms. I didn't answer. My eyes were on the spring. In my mind the system was flashing hard. Ding. High concentration spirit source detected. Earth vein spirit spring, tributary, found. The space is drawing in spirit energy to recharge. Area slowly expanding. So that was it. The spring in my space was the mother spring. This was a child spring off the same earth vein. No wonder the stony slope looked barren and was really a treasure ground. Brother Lin, put me down. Her voice had gone unsteady, her face red. I came to and set her on her feet. She was soaked through, shaking with cold in the wet coat. Sister, wet clothes'll make you sick in here, I said, and she ducked away toward the pool to splash her face and steady herself. And the moss underfoot was slick, and with a cry she went over backward into the steaming water. It wasn't deep, waist-high, but it soaked her to the skin and the old coat, waterlogged, dragged. She floundered, unable to rise, wretched and helpless. And the system, of course, chose that moment to nudge me toward acting. I ignored it. This wasn't a thing to be taken. If it happened because she chose it. I shed my coat and waded in and got a hand under her arm to lift her. She came up against me and looked up, those peach blossom eyes brimming, fear in them and shyness, but under it something else. Since she was widowed, she'd known nothing but scorn and cold. This one man had given her back her dignity, given her a way to live, and minutes ago had carried her through a killing storm with his own body for a wall. If her life was already his, she seemed to decide, then let the rest be his too. Yeetsi, she said. The name changed, low, trembling, and shut her eyes, two clear tears running down. Be gentle. And that was her answer, given freely. The rest of that hour in the warm cave belongs to the two of us. Outside, the white hair wind raged on. Inside, the storm was shut away. A long while later, quiet came back to the cave. She lay spent against me, color high, her eyes soft, and there was something new in her whole bearing, as if the spring itself had washed years of hurt off her. So the spirit water did more than heal. Ding. Deep bond formed with a high-rated female, Li Shulian, 8895. Main quest, first bond, perfectly complete. Reward, random silver chest ×1. Points plus 500. Special trait, basic charm aura, attraction to the opposite sex plus 20%. Li Shulian's regard locked. To the death, 100 out of 100. New quest chain, the land's first blood. You've taken the ground and the person. Within 24 hours, use the space's spirit water or seeds to complete a first planting on this new territory, the seed of a commercial empire. Reward, basic beast taming, points plus 200. I kissed her brow. From now on, you're mine. Anyone dares hurt you again, I'll have his life. She curled into me, and the tears came again, happy ones this time. I'll do whatever you say. Outside, the blizzard tore on. Inside this small cave, spring held. I opened the silver chest. Silver chest opened. Special passive skill, danger sense, intermediate. The hunter's instinct evolves into a sixth sense. 3 seconds before danger arrives, a strong bodily warning, with a rough read on the direction of the threat. Good stuff. Against the leopard, I'd relied on the Grandmaster skill's judgment. This was a true, life-saving radar. In an age where men are more dangerous than beasts, a black shot from behind would come hard now. Then to the quest. My eye fell on the herbs by the pool, wild dendrobium, a shade and damp-loving thing thriving here on the earth-veined spring. First blood, let's make it count. From my kit in the space, I drew the leftover 10-year understory ginseng, the one I'd meant as a lesser gift. I dug a hole in the soft, warm earth nearest the pool, bedded the root, and instead of the cave spring water fed it a thread of the pure mother spring off my fingertip. A drop sank in, and the wilted leaves sprang up, unfurled and darkened before my eyes, and under the soil I could hear the faint hiss of roots racing to grow. Rich, earth-veined ground, catalyzed by the mother spring. In 5 minutes, a 10-year root carried the weight and gloss of a 20-year wild one. Ding. Quest, the land's first blood complete. Rating, turn dross to wonder with twin spirit waters. Reward, basic beast taming, passive, affinity plus 30%, points plus 200. Done. This cave would be my secret nursery. The top-grade herbs too valuable, too eye-catching to grow in the open. I'd raise them here. Yeetsi, came a drowsy murmur behind me. She sat up, and I tossed her the clothes the earth heat had dried. Dress. The wind's about done. Time to go back. At back she flinched, the old timidity flooding up. Going back, Sister Xiaoya. Will she whispered. I stepped behind her and did up the loosened row of buttons. Remember what I said? I told her, low and hard. You're mine. In this house, without my nod, no one gives you a cold face. Xiaoya's clever. She knows the measure of things. You just stand up straight and be a person. She went stiff, then leaned back into me, tears coming again. I'll listen to you, the head of the house. She said it soft and long. All right, the little wildcat at home's likely half out of her mind by now. When we ducked out, the world had changed. The blizzard had stopped, everything white, snow to the knee, the whole slope scoured to a clean blank page, every track wiped away. I rehid the cave mouth with vines and blocked the seams with stones, then took Li Shulian on my back and started down. She lay against my shoulders looking out at the cold white waste, and for the first time in years her heart sat easy. She knew, from now on, no storm would freeze her again. Back in Xiaha, the cowshed. The sky hung like an overturned black pot. Last night's rare white-hair wind had knocked down chimneys across the village and littered the ground with broken branches and scattered wood piles. The cowshed door was shut, but the two thin boards looked painfully frail in the wind. No fire inside. Su Xiaoya sat on the cold floor with her back against the door, the red boots on her feet, the worn bright rolling pin clenched in both hands. Her eyes were bloodshot, her face paper white, her lips cracked. A whole night. The man had not come back. Yesterday afternoon, Li Dazhuang had come stumbling home like a snowman, weeping that the white-hair wind had trapped Lin Yi and Li Xiuyan on the mountain. To Su Xiaoya the sky had fallen. She was a sent-down youth. She knew better than anyone what a Changbai white-hair wind was, a wind that turned the living to ice statues, King Yama's own whistle. Xiaoya, drink a little water, Lin Lan urged weakly from the Kong, holding out a bowl, tears running. Yizi's got a hard life in him. He's surely all right. She didn't believe it herself. Su Xiaoya shook her head. I'm not thirsty, sister. I'm waiting for him. He told me to watch the house. As long as I don't fall, no one comes through that door. Then, bang, 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 a brutal pounding, dust sifting from the frame. Su Xiaoya jerked, cold light in her eyes. Not Linny. His knock had a rhythm. 3 long, 2 short. This carried a sickening greed. Open up. Su Xiaoya. I know you're in there. Zhang Cuihua's shrill voice, thick with excitement and malice. Open this door, quit playing dead. Then Lin Air's oily drawl. Sister-in-law. No, comrade Su. My brother's business, we heard. Don't take it too hard. The dead don't come back. But life goes on, doesn't it? Filth. Su Xiaoya shot to her feet and screamed it with all she had. Lin Yi's not dead. He's coming back any minute. Not dead? Heh. Zhang Cuihua laughed like she'd heard the year's best joke. Big dumb Dazhuang said it himself. In that weather, even the gods don't live. Your pa and I have come to see to the funeral. This cowsheed's the old Lin family's, after all, and those things Yizi left, that's the Lin family's blood and sweat money. An outside surname woman like you has no right to sit on it. The knife out of the sheath at last. Not a day since I'd died, the body not cold, and these so-called kin had come running to pick the household clean, too impatient even to keep up the funeral pretense. Nothing in their mouths but things, money. Get out. Su Xiaoya held the rolling pin crosswise, shaking with rage. This is Lin Yi's home, and mine. Anyone comes in, I fight them to the death. Oh, still got some fight. A prying sound at the door, a rusty spade jammed into the gap and levered. The bar groaned, near breaking. She threw herself against the boards, shoulder slammed, and didn't give an inch. On the Kong, Lin Lan struggled to get down to help and fell off the edge. Ma, I beg you, don't. Yizi's not even dead. Shut it, you short-lived little wretch. Zhang Cuihua's curse came with a heavy blow, and the bar cracked and gave. The door swung wide, cold roaring in. Zhang Cuihua and Lin Air shoved in, a few gawking idlers trailing like vultures on carrion. Her eye went straight to the red boots on Su Xiaoya's feet, and the envy near caught fire. Little slut. Jinx. My son died because you cursed him. She rushed to grab Su Xiaoya's hair. Get those boots off. Bought with my son's money. You're not fit to wear them. Su Xiaoya swung the pin, and Lin Air, ready, caught her wrist and twisted, cruel under the polite words. She cried out. The pin fell. Despair took her. Can I truly not hold it? And as Zhang Cuihua's filthy hand came at her face, a sharp whistle of air split the storm at the door, and an arrow, cold-wreathed, shaved past Zhang Cuihua's scalp and buried itself in the frame behind her, the shaft still humming, a few gray hairs drifting down. She froze as if pinned by a spell, her sneer gone to raw terror. An inch lower. Dead silence. Every eye swung to the door. Out of the driven snow a tall figure rose, the mulberry bough in my hand, Li Xiuyan on my back, my eyes 3 degrees colder than the storm. I came into the yard step by crunching step. I hear someone's come to see to my funeral? My voice was level, and the killing in it ran to the bone. And to pull my wife's boots off, I set Li Xiuyan down and drew a second arrow, knocked it, and laid the head on Lin Air's brow. Since you're all here, don't leave just yet. Ding. High difficulty main quest triggered. The clan totem. Ring 1. Without killing Bloodkin, give the invaders a lesson they'll never forget and lay down the clan law. Reward. Special blueprint. Clan Ancestral Hall. A lesson they'll never forget. That I could do. The arrow's cold light hung 3 inches off Lin Air's brow. His eyes crossed on the point, his legs shook like beaten cotton, and a dark stain spread down the front of his trousers, a sour smell rising in the wind. Brother, don't. His teeth chattered too hard for a whole word. He'd only ever played the tyrant at home under his parents' wing. He'd never in his life met a man who truly meant to kill. And to him, I wasn't the meek elder brother anymore, but a devil climbed up out of hell. Zhang Tsuhua, pinned by the shaft in the frame, her own gray hair still drifting past her eyes, opened her mouth and could only make a strangled clucking, a hen with a hand round its throat. Just now, which hand touched her? My voice came low but clear to every ear. I didn't ease the string. I only tipped my head toward Lin Air's right hand, still hanging in the air in its grabbing shape. Didn't touch her. I swear I didn't. He whipped the hand behind his back and dropped into the snow. Brother, I'm your own blood. Break the bone and the tendon holds. We're brothers. Brothers. My mouth curled. You wait till I'm gone, pry my door, hit my woman, take my house. That's your brotherhood. I loosed. He screamed and rolled through the snow, but he wasn't dead. The arrow had shaved the outer edge of his wrist, taken a strip of skin, and buried itself in the frozen ground, blood reddening the snow. Not a hand lost, but the brush of death that close would haunt his sleep the rest of his life. Second, my son. Zhang Tsuihua wheeled and threw herself over him, then rounded on me, screeching. Lin Yi, you heaven-cursed animal. You'd wound your own brother. I'm your mother. Would you kill me too? Lay one hand on me and see. Heaven, send down a bolt and strike this unfilial wretch dead. She was betting I wouldn't dare. In this age, filial piety could crush a man. A son striking his mother was a monstrous thing to be pointed at till death. The gawkers at the gate pulled their necks in and looked away. Hard as I was, if I truly struck my own mother, my name was finished. I lowered the bow and walked to her, my shadow swallowing the shrieking woman. I won't kill you. I looked down at her, my eyes as flat as if I were looking at a stone. Killing you would dirty my hands and dirty my ground. I drew the crumpled separation paper from my coat. But mark this. The night you threw my sister and me out into the snow, this blood tie you cut yourselves. I pointed at the cowshed behind me, then at the 2 tear-streaked women. This is my home. They are mine. And in this home, there is one law. I wrenched the arrow from the frozen ground and snapped it clean across in front of her face. Anyone touches my family, I take his life. Whoever he is, man or ghost, father or mother. The killing came off me in a wave, and Zhang Tsuohua's curses died in her throat. She looked into eyes with no feeling in them and felt, for the first time, a fear from the root of her soul. He meant it. This eldest son would truly kill her. Out. I straightened and said the one word. She scrambled up, hauling the wailing Lin Air, and fled the yard like a soul fleeing a plague god, and the idlers who'd trailed and were long gone, not daring even to look back. Ding. Main quest, the clan totem, ring 1, complete. Rating, cowed the bloodkin by thunderbolt, laid down the shield your own, law, authority established. Reward, special blueprint, clan ancestral hall, basic. I turned to Su Xiaoye, still in the doorway with the rolling pin clenched white in her hands, the cold proud youth gone. In her place a wronged child biting her lip against tears she stubbornly wouldn't shed. I'm back. I took the pin from her and dropped it, and pulled her, dust and all, hard into my arms. I'm sorry. I frightened you. That undid her. She sobbed into my chest, gripping the back of my coat, pouring out a day and a night of terror. I thought you weren't coming back? I thought the house was gone. They wanted to take everything. I couldn't beat them. It's over. I'm here. I stroked her back, and over her shoulder I saw Li Xiulian standing off to the side, head down, twisting her hem, wistful and small, ready to slip quietly away, knowing she was the odd one out in this. As she turned to go, I put out my other hand. What are you standing there for? Get inside, you're not cold. Her head came up, into my eyes. And Su Xiaoye lifted her face from my chest, looked at me, looked at Li Xiulian, Clever as she was, she read the too high color on the widow and the closeness she couldn't name and guessed. But she said nothing. She sniffed, stepped back out of my arms, and went and took Li Shulian's cold hand herself. Sister Shulian, come inside. We are one family. At one family, the widow's tears broke their banks. In the snow, three figures leaned close for the first time. The lamp was trimmed bright again. The fire built up, and on the Kong table sat a great basin of steaming stew. Wild boar meat from the space in big chunks with dried mushrooms, cabbage, and glass noodles, oily and fragrant. An emperor's feast for the year and the place. Eat. I laid a fat slab of belly in each bowl. Lin Lan, weak but lifted in spirit at my safe return, sipped at the broth. Su Xiaoya and Li Shulian sat to either side, the air a little delicate but thawing under good food and safety. Yitzi, I owe you my life this time, Li Shulian said, head down, cheeks steamed pink. If not for you, I'd have frozen up there. Su Xiaoya's chopsticks paused a beat. She glanced at the widow, her eyes resting a second on the faint mark at her collar, then set the meat in my bowl as if nothing were amiss. The mountains are dangerous. Don't go deep alone anymore, she said, even with a mistress's care. Sister Shulian, since we're family now, stay home and help me with sister. The outside, Lin Yi and Dazhuang can handle. That was acceptance. I looked at her, surprised. I'd braced for a hard meal, and the youth's largeness of mind ran past what I'd hoped. Ding. Household harmony detected. Principal member Su Xiaoya's tolerance up. Clan cohesion plus 10, points plus 50. Xiaoya's right. I set down my chopsticks and turned serious. We scared that lot off, but a broken cowsheed's no plan for a life. I spread the red-stamped land contract on the table. That ground's mine now. Tomorrow I send Dazhuang to the town for masons. We build. Lin Lan worried. That's a fortune. We've barely got a footing. Don't fret over money. I touched the 200-odd yuan in my pocket. Enough for a plain mud brick house. But the Grandmaster blueprints in my head drew gray brick and tile, walls, a courtyard, even drainage laid for the future. By those specs, the materials alone ran past 1,000, an astronomical sum in a year when a fun was split in two. 200 wouldn't finish the foundation. How much short? Su Xiaoya caught my frown. I've a Shanghai brand watch. It'd fetch something. No. I covered her hand, smiling. What kind of man has his wife sell her dowry to build his house? I looked to the black window and the mountains beyond. There's gold in those hills for anyone with the nerve to take it. The leopard hide still lay in the space. 3 for 100, handled right. Not enough. To raise that manor, to plant my roots so deep in Shaha that all anyone could do was look up, I needed more. Tomorrow I'm going to the town livestock market, I said, turning the talk. Buy a beast. Li Shulian blinked. An ox to plow. Not to plow. I tapped the table. To pick up a bargain. 15 mu to break needs more than backs. And I've a mind to fetch home a big worker cheap. I remembered a rumor from the life before. About now, a prize breeding ox would come onto the town market dirt cheap, sold off, sick. A strong beast in its prime the vet had given up on. Its owner sure it was dying. To a man with spirit water, that was no sick ox. That was free muscle, a walking pile of money. And if I could bring a doomed beast back to life, my name in the 10 villages would stop being the hard man and become the man of hidden depths. And a name, sometimes, is worth more than money. Morning. The white hair wind had blown itself out, the sun blinding on the snow. I just got my coat on when a small tug came at my hem. A thin scrap of a girl stood at my leg. Yaya, 3 and a bit but the size of a 2-year-old, hair dry and sparse from long hunger. In an oversized coat Li Shulian had cut down, cuffs rolled twice over small hands cracked with chilblains. Uncle Lin, she sat up at me, those 2 big eyes full of wanting but afraid to be loud. Ma said you're off to catch big monsters. Can Yaya come? A small child knows only that this tall uncle can conjure meat and drive off the bad people, and that near him is safest. Something in me went soft. In the life before, this child had gone into the river with her mother, and when they pulled her out, her small hand was still clenched around half a mildewed bun. I crouched to her level and took the cold little hands in mine, warmth passing into them. Yaya, be good. I produced a white rabbit candy from the space, peeled it, and put it in her mouth. Her eyes went round with the sweetness. Uncle's off to do a big thing, to earn us a big house. You stay and help watch your ma and your auntie, all right? Yaya watch the house. Yaya be good. She nodded hard around the candy like she'd been handed a sacred charge. I patted her head and stood, the softness folding away. By the stove Li Shulian watched, her eyes rimmed red, holding the dirty clothes I'd shed, all tenderness. I nodded to her and went out. At the village mouth Li Dazhuang waited, stamping against the cold in his wadding leaking coat, hands in his sleeves, nose running. Brother Lin. Here. We tramped to the red flag commune town, market day, and even in the freeze the place roared. Frozen pears, pipe tobacco, rat poison, the cries going up on all sides. I took him straight through to the livestock market in the far corner, thick with the reek of dung. Brother Lin, we really buying an ox? He asked, wincing over the money. One's a few hundred. Spend it, and how do we build? Money's earned, not saved. My eyes swept the pens and locked on. In a corner, a knot of people pointed and laughed at something on the ground. Old ma, your ox is about to breathe its last, and you still want 50? Money's driven you mad. Look at that foam, that bloated belly. Ate moldy grass, poison dead, no god could save it. 10 yuan. I'll take it, and I'm running a risk just to skin it for meat. In the middle, an old man in a broken felt cap crouched clutching a halter, misery on his face, and behind him lay a big-framed yellow ox, eyes clouded and dull, white foam at its mouth, belly swollen like a ball, breath quick and thin, twitching now and then. This is my strong ox. 5 years I raised it, old ma choked. It can work. If my old wife didn't need the money for surgery, I'd never. 50, not a fun less. Give over. It's a dead ox, a fat butcher-type spat. 15, take it or leave it. Wait, and it's cold. And then not even 10. Old ma shut his eyes in despair. 30. My voice cut through, and heads turned. I came through, Li Dazhuang tugging my sleeve in a panic. Brother, you can't. It's dying. I ignored him and stood over old ma. Ding. Side quest, bargain pickup. Take a beast with hidden potential when no one else sees it. Reward, points plus 50. Basic veterinary experience pack times 1. Old man, I'll take it. I drew 3 great Unity notes. 30. Everyone can see the state of it. If it dies on me, that's my loss. If that suits you, take the money now. Old ma looked at the crisp bills, his hands shaking. The butcher offered 15. This young man, 30, no price for a good ox, but a fortune for a dead one. Sold. I sell. He snatched the money, weeping. You're a good man. This ox, it's had a hard life. The crowd looked at me like a fool. Where's this idiot from? Money to burn. 30 for a heap of dead meat. Go home and cry. The butcher sneered, green as a melon. It'll rot in your hands. I heard none of it. I took the halter and laid a palm on the ox's head, basic beast taming. And the twitching beast, feeling some kindness, turned a clouded eye to me. Dazhuang, lend a hand. Get it home. He came, hangdog and unwilling but obedient. On the road home, Li Dazhuang led the half-dead ox at a snail's pace, the beast kneeling every few steps, foam trailing. Brother Lin, it really can't. 30 yuan. And to him, that was half a year's grain for his mother and himself. I said nothing, only stopped now and then to water. A little diluted spirit water down its throat to hold its last breath. At the village mouth, we met the seed-cracking gossips. Wang Matzi jailed, but her hangers-on still sunning themselves. Oh, Linny, off making your fortune, and you lead home this unlucky thing? Planning its funeral? Ha, Lin Yi's gone mad for beef. 30 for a dead ox, spendthrift, money burning a hole in him. The mockery flew, and before I reached home, the whole village knew I'd been the day's prize sucker. I didn't turn a hair. I led the ox not to the cowshed but to a sheltered fold on the west slope. Dazhuang watched the path. Let no one come near. He didn't understand, but my face was serious, so he ran off to stand door guard 40 meters out. Once I was sure no eyes were on me, I took the high-purity spirit water and a fistful of the spirit grass I'd grown, pried the ox's jaws, poured half the flask down, and pushed the grass in after. The effect was immediate. The drum-tight belly gave a thunderous gurgle, and with one enormous report a rush of foul gas blew out the back end for a solid half-minute, and as it went the swollen belly visibly sank. Then a light came up in the clouded eyes. It worked its legs, no longer soft but with strength in them, and gave a hoarse but solid bellow. Li Dazhuang came running at the noise and near dropped his eyes out. The dying ox stood straight, head down, tearing at the dead grass, tail swishing. It's a miracle. He circled it 3 times, felt the horns, slapped the back. Brother Lin, what immortal pill did you feed it? A hill remedy, I said mildly, keeping the merit hidden. Good stock, just bloated. Vent the gas, and it lives. The ox nuzzled my palm, uncannily gentle. Basic beast taming +1. Looking at the beast come back to life, I could already see the 15 moo turn to good field. But an ox and land weren't enough. I needed the house, and the manor blueprint had been circling my head for days. Ding. Host now holds territory, labor, Li Dazhuang plus ox, and basic standing. Stage 1 main quest triggered, family cornerstone, the manor. Within 1 month, build the manor's main structure per the blueprint, gray brick tile house plus walls. Difficulty, high, funding gap 1500 yuan. Reward, unlock clan shop access, random gold chest ×1, plus 5 free attribute points. Failure, all special skills revoked. 1500 yuan. In a year when a gene of pork was 7 mao, a mountain of money. The leopard hide would fetch a few hundred. Not enough. I needed something worth far more. My eyes went to the deep Changbai, the endless snow forest rolling away without an end. If common herbs wouldn't feed the gap, then I'd try my luck in the valley the old folk called Ghost's Dread, where the king of 100 herbs was said to grow, the top-grade wild ginseng, and things fiercer than any leopard besides. Dusk, and the cowshed warm. On the stone stove a wok steamed with twice-cooked pork, wild boar belly sliced thin as cicada wing, curled crisp in the hot oil with dried chilies and green garlic shoots. A smell to steal a man's soul. Who in that year cooked with that much oil, all meat? Yaya hung at the stove's edge on tiptoe, small hands on the rim, near drowning in her own drool. Uncle, smells, little glutton here. I blew on the fattest slice and fed it to her, and her eyes squeezed shut in bliss. Cheeks packed like a hoarding squirrel. Good. Uncle's cooking's the best. Ding. Family member Yaya greatly satisfied. Points +10. At the table the 3 women were seated. Eat. I laid a heaping load of meat in each bowl. Eat well tonight. Tomorrow I go deep into the mountains, 2 or 3 days maybe. Su Xiaoya's chopstick stopped. Into the mountains again? You've only just come back. The ox is healed, a good worker, but breaking ground and building want money. I gave her a steadying look. Rest easy, I've a measure. No big beasts this time, just herbs. Then, take this. She set down her bowl and drew out a lotus-embroidered peace charm she'd sat up night stitching. A pinch of cinnabar sewn inside, and pressed it shyly into my hand. I read once that it wards off evil. I closed my hand around the warm little thing. Right, my wife made it. I'll wear it against my skin. She flushed and didn't pull her hand back. Ding. Su Xiaoya feels valued. Happiness up. Points +30. Beside her, Li Xiuyan bit her lip, worked up her nerve, and scraped most of her own meat into my bowl. Yitzi, head of the house, eat more. It's cold up there. You need the fat to carry you. She had no pretty words, only that clumsy way of caring. I met her eyes and let the corner of my mouth lift. Ding. Li Xiuyan, points +30. This was living. A room of grown folk and a child, mouth shining, every face content. I checked the panel. Points, 870. Points are for spending, and the deep mountains were true no man's land. 10 times the west slope's danger. A broken bow and my own hands would keep me alive, but slowly, I needed better cards. I opened the clan shop, passed the rice and flour, and went to the strengthening line. System, basic constitution enhancement serum. Ding. 500 points spent. A blue glowing vial appeared in the space. On top of the perfect body, it would push recovery and burst strength higher still. On the pretext of stepping out for air, I drank it off, and a hot current tore through me. A few minutes, and my single-arm strength had cleared 400 gene, past any human mark. With the 370 left, I took 2 special wound medicines, 2 packs of strong beast-repelling powder, and a fine folding sapper's spade, and the reserves in the space steadied my nerves. Deep in the night, Li Xiuyan and Yaya gone to the next room. Lin Lan long asleep. Only Su Xiaoya and I left. She lay curled to the inside, her breath a little uneven. I slid under the quilt and drew her back against me. She stiffened, then softened, and caught my hand with hers. "Don't, sister's right there," she breathed. "She's asleep. The rest of that night is ours." A long while after, the quiet came back, and she lay against me tracing small circles on my chest. "Come home safe. I kissed her brow. "When I'm back, we build the big house. I'll make you a study of your own, so you can read." Her eyes lit, then dimmed. "What's the use of reading these days? There's use. A great use coming." I said it with meaning she couldn't yet unpack. Before dawn the next day, in the dark, I got up without waking Su Xiaoya. I left a few dozen yuan and some grain coupons on the table, money for the house, and with the mulberry bough on my back, the cleaver, and the new sapper spade at my waist, I stepped out into the black before morning. This time the target was Ghost Dread, deep in the Changbai Range, true no man's land. Ground even the most seasoned old hunters wouldn't set foot in lightly. They said clouds sat on it year-round, that the earth's field ran so wrong a compass span uselessly there, that the beasts owned it, and men had seen tigers bigger than an ox. But I had to go. Only ground like that grows the king of 100 herbs, the top-grade wild ginseng. Clear of the village, I opened up. Twice remade now, my body ran the knee-deep snow like flat ground, 2-3 meters astride, landing silent. A leopard walking on 2 legs. 2 hours on. The country had changed utterly. No more thin second growth, but old forest, sky blotting, red pine, and larch too thick for a man's arms to wring, crowns heavy with snow. Cold to the marrow, my own breath freezing white on the air. Here, I stopped at the mouth of a long, grim gorge between 2 peaks. Ghost Dread. A pressure came off it that squeezed the heart. Danger sense triggered. A coolness crawled up the back of my neck, the sixth sense warning. Something's watching me. I didn't panic. I dusted the beast repellent powder on my clothes and boots, a system-made thing. Little smell to a man, but a natural dread to animals, masking the human scent off me, and opened the advanced herb identification. The world gained a layer. The tangled scrub and snow resolved into labeled information. Magnolia vine, too young, low value. Siberian ginseng, common. Snow-buried Solomon seal, 10 years, harvestable. I passed the common goods and read the lay of the land instead. The ginseng hunters rhyme running under my breath, shade and the good air from the east, and my eyes fixed on a fiercely steep shaded slope on the gorge's left, thick with growth, a strange eddy of air circling it. There, treasure air. I hitched the pack and started for it. Then, out of the gorge's depths, riding the wind, came a low, pressed-down roar with something like a metal ring shivering through it. Not loud, but it shook snow from the branches. My pupils shrank. Not a wolf, not a leopard. That king's pressure belonged to one creature. A Manchurian tiger, the true lord of beasts. Warning. Danger sense, intermediate, severe alert. Extremely dangerous creature, 1.5 kilometers dead ahead. My heart kicked once, then steadied, and something hot rose in me under the fear. Afraid? Of course. But wealth is one in danger, and where a tiger walks, the spirit air is richest, and the top ginseng grows. Big cat. Well water and river water needn't cross. I want the root. Leave me be, and I never saw you. I gripped the spade, its edge cold in the snowlight, and instead of pulling back, dropped low and slid toward the shaded slope under the cover of the trees. This was the hunter's world. You die, or I live. And reborn, I would not be the dead man. I went up the cliff. Not by the smooth-looking snow. Under that could be a bottomless ice hole, but by the jutting rock and root, fingers hooked like iron into the seams, the spade driven into the frozen earth for purchase, climbing the fearsome wall like a nimble ape. Wind like a knife, and steam rising off me. 100 meters. 200. The growth changed as I rose. The common brush gone, shade-loving ferns and moss in its place. The herb sites scanning every inch. Common gentian. Wild asarum. Fritillary. Nothing worth stopping for. And the tiger's roar came from nearer with every meter. The cold at the back of my skull sharpening. The danger sense not yet at the red line, but the between-the-shoulders prickle keeping every nerve taut. The lord of beasts was close, patrolling or dozing. I rounded a great crouching boulder halfway up, and the view opened. A small sheltered flat ringed by rock, the snow thin in the lee, old pines screening most of it. And in the brush beneath them, a burst of vivid red slammed into my heart. A cluster of berries red as jewels against the white and green. My breath stopped. Red lanterns. The trade's word for ginseng seed, and by the size and color of these, no common root. I went cat-soft, eased the dead grass aside with the spade, and there it stood in the wind. 6 compound leaves, a purple-red stem, thick dark foliage, that heavy string of scarlet seed. Wild ginseng, 6-prong leaf. Age, 85 years. Quality, top, earth spirit grade. Value, priceless. My heart hammered. 85 years. 6-prong. A 5-prong root is already a rare thing, decades in the making. 6-prong is the fabled ginseng king, a century and more to grow. In a later age, it would open at auction in the millions. Even now, it was hard currency enough to keep a family in comfort for life. Made. I breathed and reached for the red cord. Warning. Danger sense at full. Death is closing. The alarm went off like an air raid siren, the sting flooding me head to foot. I didn't turn, didn't think. Threw myself flat and rolled behind the pine. And where I'd stood, a black shape came down out of nowhere with a reek of blood, snow bursting, rock cracking, a paw the size of a wash basin punching a crater in the frozen ground. A roar split the air a hand's breadth away, my eardrums screaming, snow sheeting off the tree. I looked out from behind the trunk and saw it whole. A giant Manchurian tiger, well over 3 meters, black and gold and oil sleek. The king, marked clear on its brow, 2 gold eyes fixed on me, its breath fogging out thick with the smell of blood. 3 times the leopard I'd killed. The true lord of this forest. It had guarded this place. The 80-year kingroot was its companion, its private treasure. When I'd neared, it hadn't rushed. It had circled downwind like a patient hunter for the one killing blow. Without the danger, since my skull would already be paced. Meet it head on? No joke. 600 gene if it was an ounce, a ton behind that paw. Even now, spade against tiger, I gave myself under 3 in 10, and 1 wound in these hills was a death sentence. It didn't spring again. It came low and slow, a rumble in its throat, gold eyes cruel and playing, a 2-legged morsel already in its bowl. I gripped the spade, and my other hand found the beast repellent, my 1 card. And past the tiger, meters off, the red seed swayed in the wind. Run or gamble. Through my mind went Yaya's wanting eyes, Seuss Yaya's back at the door in the cold, the manor on the blueprint. Wealth is one in danger. Meat at the lips isn't spat back out. I broke from behind the tree, not at the tiger, at the root. It hadn't reckoned on prey that ran toward its treasure. It roared and launched, all that mountain of weight in the air. As it came, I threw, a great cloud of white powder bursting full into its nose and eyes, the system's strong repellent, a chemical weapon to a cat's keen nose. The lordly roar became a shriek. It crashed down, clawing at its own face, rolling in the snow in agony. I didn't try for the kill. That was suicide. I slid to the root, and instead of a hunter's patient digging, I cut a half-meter clod of earth straight around it with the spade and heaved the whole thing, dozens of gene, kingroot, and all, up by main strength and, without a glance, willed it into the space. Under 3 seconds. Then I turned and threw myself down the slope, and behind me the tiger, recovering, loosed a roar to shake the earth. It had smelled it, the treasure gone, taken by the cursed 2-legged beast, and the sound rolled through the gorge and started a small avalanche. But I was already tumbling down the steep like a snowball, gone into the white sea of trees. The way down I ran for my life, the roar never breaking behind me, the great cat hunting my scent in a fury. I'd planned for it, buelled through thorn brush, waded the freezing streams, anything to break the trail. Even with the repellent's afterbite, a guardian beast groaned that old wouldn't quit easily. 10 odd li and 2 ridges later, the death prickle finally faded. I dropped by a frozen creek, heaving, lungs on fire, coat shredded, face scored with thorn cuts, and grinned, silent, shoulders shaking. 1. A fistful of snow to cool the coppery burn in my throat, and I sank my mind into the space. The great clod lay on the black earth, the kingroot's main body and even its red seed unharmed by the rough dig. its leaves already unfurling under the spring's care, breathing out a faint light. Ding! Rare treasure obtained. 85-year wild ginseng. Points plus 200. I breathed out. In the space, it was mine. The Jade Emperor himself couldn't take it. With this, the manor's paid for, and a few more oxen besides. I stood, knocked off the snow. Near dark, time to get down before the women worried. And I thought of Yaya's wanting eyes. Bring a gift back. A half hour with the Grandmaster's skill and 2 fat hares, and a bright pheasant hung at my belt, easy as picking things up in my own yard. It was deep night in Xiaohe when I pushed the cowshed door. The lamp still burned. Su Xiaya sat on the Kong edge with a book, held upside down, and she never knew it. And Li Xiulian stitched a sole with wandering, absent stitches. At the door both heads came up, and at the sight of me, snow-caked, ragged, blood on my face, the book fell and the needle pricked her hand. Yitzi, head of the house. They came at once. Su Xiaya got there first, seizing my arm, tears brimming, looking me over. How did you get like this? Are you hurt? Where's the blood? It's nothing, branches. I handed the pheasant and hares to Li Xiulian, smiling. Skin scratches. She took them, weeping quietly, and, knowing better than to ask, went for water to wash my face. A small head poked out of the inner room then. Yaya, rubbing sleep from her eyes, lit up at the sight of me. Uncle, you're back. She came running barefoot. I crossed and swept her up and rubbed my stubbled cheek against her soft one till she shrieked with laughing. See what Uncle brought. From my coat, the space, I produced a fistful of red mountain berries, magnolia vine fruit and hawthorn picked coming down and soaked in spirit water, sweet. Red berries. She grabbed a handful, eyes gone to crescents with the sweetness. Watching the whole warm, noisy roomful, the killing I'd picked up in the deep hills drained clean out of me. That's what the trip past Death's Gate was for. This lamp, this hot food, these few faces. Next morning I didn't rest. Clean clothes, the pack of local goods on my back, and I went alone to the town and caught the county bus. This time not to Liaowen. The 60-year route had bought a favor. The 85-year king I meant to turn to hard cash. Liaowen was a cadre, not a man with that kind of ready money, and a thing this precious pressed on him might do him no good. My target was the county's Tongrantang, a century-old apothecary, public-private now, but its depth intact, and the word was a provincial buyer was making his rounds in the county these very days. Inside, the thick smell of herbs. Behind the counter, an old shopkeeper in reading glasses worked an abacus. Comrade, filling a prescription, or seeing the doctor? He asked without looking up. Selling. I set the red cloth clod on the counter. Selling what? He pushed his glasses up, careless. I lifted a corner of the cloth, the jade-clear neck of the root, the string of dripping red seed. His glance fell on it, and an abacus bead dropped off the frame. He shot to his feet and pressed his face to the glass, hands shaking, wanting to touch and not daring, breath sawing like a bellows. This is six-prong leaf. Earth spirit, I said, level and certain. Take a look, shopkeeper. He drew a breath, took off his glasses, and looked at me grave. Young comrade, this is above me. Wait, I'll fetch the provincial expert. Minutes on, in the back room, a white-haired man in a mouse suit turned a magnifier over the root, murmuring wonder. Perfect, simply perfect. Whiskers whole, all 5 forms good. This skin, this grain, 80 years at the least. A true treasure. He set the glass down, excited. Young man, we'll take it. Coupons, or cash, I said flat. No coupons. Money. He traded a look with the shopkeeper. Large cash deals needed approval in that age, but rules bend before a thing like this. Done, he said, setting his teeth. State top purchase price, plus 20%. 2,000 yuan. 2,000. The old shopkeeper sucked in his breath. 10 years of a worker's wages. Even I felt the kick. Done. No haggling. Hand to hand. Root for money. When 2 tight bundles of great unity notes went against my chest, my heart finally sat all the way down. With this, the manor on the blueprint could break ground. What does it feel like to carry 2,000 yuan when a worker earns 20 or 30 a month? Heavy, dragging the coat lining down, and hot, a coal burning at the chest. I didn't go straight home. I stopped at the town co-op first. Money makes the back straight. Comrade, 2 bottles of good liquor got Moutai. Moutai special supply. You got coupons? The clerk sneered. I only smiled. 2 of sheafing, then. Cut me 5 gene of head meat, fatty, and 2 gene of that fruit candy. Getting things built takes people, and people take liquor. Building a house is a big matter. Money isn't enough. You need hands, and you need to smooth the ways. Bought, I slipped most of it into the space in a quiet corner, left a little showing, and walked home. Nunachyaha. Straight to Li Dazhuang's, where he squatted honing a sickle. Brother, you're back. The village is saying you took the money and ran. Ran? Where to? My home's here. I tossed him a bottle of sheafing and a packet of the meat. For your mother. This afternoon, run and fetch the best masons in the village to my place. Tell them I've a big job. He cradled the liquor and meat, hands shaking. Brother, this is too dear. And we're really building? Where do we get brick and tile? Go when I tell you. Brick and tile be here. I turned back to the cowsheet. Inside, the mood was heavy. Su Xiaoya and Li Xiulian sat mending, silent, both sick with worry. I'm back. Yitzi, head of the house. They stood, the joy plain. I shut and barred the door, and even stuffed a rag into the window crack. And the 3 women, Lin Lan too, went a little tense at all the mystery. What is it? Has something happened? Su Xiaoya asked, palms damp. I set the pack down, opened my coat, and drew from the inner pocket 2 thick newspaper-wrapped bricks. Slap. One on the Kong table. Slap. The other beside it. The room went silent. I tore a corner of the paper, and it was as if gold light struck every eye blind. Great Unity notes stacked square as tofu blocks, crisp new tens, 1,000 a bundle, 2 bundles, 2,000. A ragged gasp went round the narrow shed. Su Xiaoya's needlework dropped, her mouth an O that wouldn't close. Li Xiulian sat straight down on the floor, white-faced. Heaven above, did you rob the co-op? Even Lin Lan bolted upright on the Kong, eyes like bells. None of them had seen such money in their lives. Not 2,000. 200 was many a family's whole savings. Don't be afraid. I pushed the money to Su Xiaoya, smiling. Clean money. I dug that ginseng, and I sold it. Sold for how much? Her voice shook, her hand hanging in the air, not daring to touch it, as if it were live coals. 2,000. Flat, as if I'd said to. With this, our manor gets built. She drew a breath, steadied herself. A sent-down youth who'd seen more of the world, and still this was past her reckoning, and reached out a trembling hand and touched the notes. Real. Rough. Ink-smelling. No dream. You truly mean to build a big house. Not just a house. I drew the Grandmaster blueprint from my coat, one I drew myself, as far as anyone outside would know, and spread it on the Kong. See, the main house here, we live in it. East wing for sister. West wing for Xiulian and Yaya. A big yard out front, gray brick walls 3 meters high, broken glass set on top against thieves. A cellar in the back, a stock pen. And here, a south-facing study kept for you, for our children to read in one day. Her eyes went red as she listened, seeing in those fine lines a life that wasn't a drafty cowsheet in days of fear, but a real home, walled and safe. What'll all this cost? Li Xiulian murmured, longing and aching at once. Money's earned to be spent. I pushed 1 bundle into Su Xiaoya's arms. This 1,000's yours. You're the house's accountant. Brick, tile, paying the workers, all of it out of your hand. The other 1,000 I keep, for other uses. She held the heavy bundle like 1,000 gene weight on her shoulders, and yet it was sweet as honey inside. This was trust, his whole life laid in her hands. Ding. Su Xiaoya, great trust and belonging. Household standing confirmed. Points plus 100. Li Xiulian, future security felt. Loyalty locked. Points plus 50. Money is a man's nerve and a woman's face. With this, who in the village would dare look down on them again? All right, put it away, out of sight. I stood. Dazhuang's likely brought them in. I'll go talk to them. Xiaoha boiled over. The morning after I came back, a dozen tractors rumbled into the village heaped with red brick, cement, and timber, louder than New Year's firecrackers. The convoy stretched from the village mouth to the foot of the west slope. Merciful heaven, who's building a palace? Look at that brick, top-grade red flag kiln, the stuff they build the commune hall with. Cement, dozens of bags of it. The whole village ran out to gawk, and when they saw me up on the slope directing Li Dazhuang and a dozen masons unloading, they were struck dumb. Lin E. How's it possible? A Kaoshi dweller. Where's the money from? Heard he dug a treasure in the mountains a couple days back. An old ginseng, they say, sold it for thousands. The rumor flew, and envy and awe and shock crossed on every face. At the crowd's edge, Lin Dashin squatted against a wall drawing on his pipe, his face black as a pot bottom. Zhang Cuihua stared at the brick, greed near dripping off her, and didn't dare move. Lin Er, his wrist still bandaged and the arrow's memory carved into him, turned weak in the legs at the sight of me. Pa, Ma, that's our family's money, he ground out. That one root. Give it me, and I'd have gotten 2002. Why does he swallow it all? Shut it, Lin Dashin muttered. Don't you see what he is now? A mad dog. You go ask him for it. Go on, I've not lived enough yet. Lin Er pulled his neck in and said no more. They could only watch. Watch the eldest son they'd thrown out like trash raise a tower and set out a feast before their eyes. Worse than being killed. Up on the slope, it was all fire and motion. I stood with the blueprint, laying it out for the head mason, old Zhang, the most famous bricklayer in the 10 villages, a lifetime of houses behind him, and his hands shaking a little at my drawing. Boss, this foundation, dug this deep? Crushed stone and cement laid under? That's sturdier than the county's air raid shelter. A fortune in materials. Buy the plan. Short of material, I buy more. My voice was firm. This house is for a lifetime. The foundation has to be sound. And the wall, solid gray brick, all of it, 3 meters, no cutting corners. Not just a home, a fortress. Money draws envious eyes. That wall was the first line. That broken cow sheet. How many times had I left it, and how much danger had it seen? Right you are, boss. You do it big. Old Zhang was a plain-spoken man. If the owner spent, he'd build a showpiece. Brothers, work. Meet every meal. Wages daily. Put your backs into it. A cheer went up. In a hungry year, meet every meal and wages by the day was heaven. Li Dazhuang, stripped to the waist, ran 2 cement bags at a time like a tireless bull. I took a spade to the center of the marked foundation, drew a breath, set my feet, and drove it in. Up. The first blade of black earth flew. Ding. Host has broken ground. Main quest, family cornerstone, progress, 10%. Manor bonus active. During construction, all workers' efficiency plus 20%, building durability plus 30%. As the earth fell, the firecrackers went off in a long crackling roar that scattered the gloom over Xiahe and announced the first, most solid step of my rise in this age. Not far off, Su Xiaoye and Li Xiulian watched the man commanding the dust and the crew, pride and softness in their eyes. But my own gaze had already gone past the foundation to something farther off. The house is one thing. You need an enterprise. 15 mu of waste wouldn't be broken by 1 ox. And the 20-year ginseng in the space, grown now, was about ready to earn its keep. Liao 1, I said inside. The house would want a great deal of steel, roof beams, anti-theft grills, controlled goods, not to be had at any co-op. Time to spend that favor. The West Slope site ran hot. Old Zhang's masons were fine hands, but they'd never worked for an owner this open-handed. A great pot sat over hardwood in a lean-to, flames licking the base with a roar. Li Xiulian, apron on, face lit red by the fire, sweat beading her brow, lifted the lid off a steamer wider than a millstone. A burst of white vapor, and on it the smell of pure meat and wheat. Food, Li Dazhuang bellowed. The men digging the foundation dropped their tools and closed in like starved wolves. In the steamer, ranks of fat white buns the size of a grown man's fist, thin-skinned, meat-heavy, the oil showing through, pure white flour, pure boron scallion, not a grain of coarse meal or cabbage stem in them. In a year when even cornmeal was rationed, this was fairy food you wouldn't dream of at New Year. Merciful heaven, real white flour meat buns, a young laborer swallowed, wiping his hands, not daring to reach. Eat. There's plenty. I came up with a basin of radish and bones soup, an inch of fat floating on it. You work for me. You don't go hungry. Anyone who doesn't eat his fill shames me. The boss is a righteous man. Old Zhang stuck up his thumb and bit into a bun, the scalding juice near making him swallow his tongue. Brothers, you've eaten the boss's meat. Put your backs into it. This foundation had better be sound. They wolfed it down, and their spirit went through the roof, not laboring so much as repaying a debt with their lives. Off behind the tree line, a few village idlers crouched, drinking in the smell on the wind, drooling. After lunch, I took Li Dazhuang to the 15 mu, all loose rock and weed, decent soil under it, but a great work to break. The revived yellow ox stood tethered at the field's edge, coat gone oil glossy, legs thick and strong, a bright light in its eye, no trace of the dying beast. Brother, this ox has power to spare. I near got yanked over pulling it, Li Dazhuang said, patting its rump fondly. I rubbed its horn and it nuzzled my palm. From now on we'll call you Dahuang. Winter, and most crops wouldn't take, but the slope was sheltered and south-facing, and with spirit water I could run an off-season test plot or start with cold hardy herbs. I needed seed. Quality seed and saplings in quantity. Ding. Host holds idle land and labor, and clan construction is underway. Side quest, Hope of Spring. Within 1 week, break at least 5 mu and sow a first crop. Reward, basic farming toolkit. Points plus 100, random crop seed pack. Break 5 mu with Dahuang and Li Dazhuang, a gift. Dazhuang, hitch the ox we plow? Clear the stone off that side for the wall, and turn the good earth up. All afternoon, 1 man and 1 ox worked the frozen field, Dahuang dragging the rusted old plow through the crust in deep furrows while I followed behind, quietly misting diluted spirit water into the turned earth. I was feeding the ground. Soil the spirit water had touched might grow things even in a northeast winter. At dusk, I came back to the cowshed to find Su Xiaoya under the lamp with a little ledger, brown knit, muttering. Book's not balancing. I washed and came over. She jumped, then relaxed and handed it up. The books are fine. It's just, we're spending so much. Brick and cement alone was 200 today, and wages and food. At this rate, 1,000 barely lasts a month. Raised poor, she wants to watch money run like water. And old Zhang says a sound house wants good beams. Better still, some rebar for the ring beams. Where do we get rebar? That's a state-controlled thing. I pinched her cheek. Enough. Don't frown. You'll line your face. I'm talking business. She slapped my hand, cross. What about the rebar? No rebar. The wall won't take a knock and the house won't sit steady. I've a way for the rebar. I sat, my eyes going deep. Remember the man I helped in the county? The big secretary? Her eyes lit. Liao one. That favor was banked for exactly this. Steel's controlled. The co-op won't have it, but he'll have quotas. And since we've opened the land, I'll ask him for good seed and saplings you can't buy on the market too. Her flutter of worry blew away. This man always had a way. So you're off to the county again? No rush, a letter will do. I took pen and paper and wrote by lamplight, and she watched from the side. The sure, unhurried hand, the ease and self-possession in every line. No country hand. A general laying out a campaign. Done. I folded it in. I'll post it tomorrow and pick up some things for the house. The cowshed's too cold. We've a month yet in it. Can't let anyone freeze. She warmed at that. Then she leaned close, cheeks pink, and murmured near my ear. Sister Shilian told me today, hers is over. I blinked, then took her meaning. I glanced at the faint light in the next room. So, I looped an arm round her waist, smiling. Then tonight, you want me here or over there? She buried her face in my chest, voice a thread. Sister's right here. Go looking on her. Don't keep her waiting. Pushing her own man out the door and holding her chin up doing it. Chief wife largeness. As my lady says. I kissed her and went next door. The next room held one small Kong, barely room for two. Yaya slept, softly snoring. Li Shilian was up, in the washed pale pink shirt, stitching a pair of insoles by moonlight. 2 mandarin ducks worked in fine close stitches, for me. She startled at the door, and when she saw it was me her eyes lit like stars. Head of the house. She set the work down and shifted in, warming a space. Xiaoya, she sent me. The rest of that night is ours. The quiet came back after, and she lay against me, and I felt the years of loneliness eased out of her. Ding. Li Shilian deeply content. Reliance on the host deepened. Points plus 50. After she slept I couldn't. The danger sense hadn't sounded, but a hunter's unease sat on me. I rose, threw on a coat, and looked through the window crack. Black outside, wind howling, and toward the west slope site, a few furtive shadows moving where the materials were stacked. I watched one of them lift a can and start dousing the stacked timber, and even in the dark I knew the shape and the reek of cheap tobacco. Lai Tu-san. Out of jail already, Zhao Deju's hand in that, no doubt. Fire. A vicious stroke. Burn the timber, cost the money, wreck the schedule, maybe catch the dead grass and take the whole slope. My eyes went cold. I took the spade from the corner and slipped out into the night, silent as a cat. He was fumbling a match to the kerosene-soaked wood when an iron hand closed on his wrist out of the dark. The match dropped and died in the snow. He whipped around into my eyes. Who? Not a friend. He never got to finish the crime, and I won't dwell on how I dealt with him. Only that no fire started and no body was left to answer for. Killing's easy. A corpse is trouble and a lawsuit. So I disabled him instead, took the joints out of him where the Grandmaster skill's knowledge of the body told me to, and dropped him into one of the beast pits dug against wolves, with a little food left in it out of what he'd call mercy. Whether he climbed out, whether anyone found him, was between him and his luck. In a 30 below night, even living, those limbs were finished. That was the price of coming with a can of kerosene. I checked the site clear and went home, thinking the walls needed to go up faster, and that Li Dazhuang alone couldn't watch the ground. My mind went to De Huang, and to the beast-taming skill in my kit. Maybe the house wanted a guardian. Lai Taozen's vanishing didn't raise a ripple in Xia. A layabout gone missing for a stretch surprised no one. They figured he was off carousing somewhere. Only Zhao Deju's eyelid jumped these days, and he took to crossing the road when he saw me. I'd no time for such jumping clowns. Early on, I biked into the wind to the town post office. The letter was to Liao Wen. Thanks for the last help, and 2 requests. Building materials, rebar, glass, for greenhouses and walls, under the herb cultivation pilot banner, with a note if he could manage it. And, answering the diversified management call, good fruit saplings and herb seeds not to be had on the market, through the agri-station or any channel. The more the better, money no object. Posting done, I stopped at the co-op's farm supply counter. Comrade, that sack of cabbage seed, and the radish, wrap them. All of it. What are you planting in dead winter? The clerk gawked. Feed for chickens. I lied, and off the black market besides I bought corn and soybean seed. No prize stock, but enough for the system's quest. Back on the slope, Li Dazhuang was harrowing the 15 mu with De Huang. The frozen crust broken to show dark earth beneath. Under the spirit waters rounds the barren rock slope was quietly changing. Dazhuang rest. We sow today. Brother, the ground's not thawed. Will it live? I've a measure. I took a mister of diluted high-grade spirit water from the space. You dig, I seed. Man, and ox worked the cold field. Every fistful of seed I laid down, I missed it after. And a strange thing, the shriveled seed, meeting the mist, seemed to plump a little and breathe out the faintest life. Spirit water didn't only quicken, it gave the crop a fierce cold hardiness. By sundown 5 mu were sown. Ding! 5 mu broken and sown. Side quest, hope of spring complete. Reward, basic farming toolkit. Points plus 100, random crop seed pack. I checked the pack. High yield, cold resistant winter wheat seed, 50 gene, system optimized, cold, and drought hardy, triple ordinary yield, growth cycle shortened 30%. Fine stuff. With that, even a northeast winter under a simple greenhouse could put fresh white flour on the table. Dazhuang, knock off. Meet at my place tonight. Over ribs and steamed buns, watching Yaya gnaw a bone and eyeing the cow sheet. Door and window now, but still frail. I frowned. Lai Tu-san had reminded me. He was handled, but there'd be a next one. A house full of women and a child, and Li Dazhuang home nights with his mother. De Huang was strong, but neither quick nor watchful. We need a guard on the place. I set down my chopsticks. Tomorrow I'll go up the mountain again. Again? Su Xiaoya tensed. Not deep, just the edges. I want a dog, or some other clever beast, to watch the house. A dog's good. Li Shuyan brightened. Yaya loves puppies. We'll see what turns up. But it wasn't a dog I had in mind. Common curs were too weak, wolfhounds too hard to break, and it would waste the beast-taming skill. I remembered a hunter's tale from the life before. Past the west slope, Tinod Li Inn, Near Monkey Rock Mountain lived a troop of macaques gone near sentient, and among them a gold-furred monkey king, clever as a man, that had once led a lost herb-gatherer home. Nimble, tree climbing, a natural sentry, with beast taming, a guardian worth 10 dogs. Next day, bow on my back and cleaver at my waist. I went in alone, target clear. Monkey Rock Mountain, not deep hills, but broken, crag-strewn ground named for a great monkey-shaped stone. I moved through the winter-still forest with danger sense open, and found the sign. Small plum blossom prints in the snow, scattered, and gnawed fruit cores. A troop. I followed. Half an hour on came a shrill, desperate screeching, sharp, piteous, full of despair. I crested a ridge into a shaded pine stand, and the sight caught me. A rusted iron cage, some abandoned trapper's rig, held a small shape, a monkey. Not a common macaque. Thin, but its fur shimmered a faint gold in the snow glare. A hind leg was clamped in a trap, the wound bad, and it slammed itself against the cage, each struggle worse than the last. Outside, several big gray monkeys circled, baring teeth, frantic to help and helpless. A golden macaque, a mutant, and gold fur was the mark of a monkey king. I didn't rush in. The big ones looked no easy thing. I reached for the repellent, then put it back. I'd come to win it, not to kill. Use the powder and I'd make an enemy. Instead, I took a bamboo tube of the purest spirit water and opened it, and a clean, sweet scent drifted through the cold. The screeching troop went still, noses working. Animals are keenest of all to spirit air, and the killing light in their eyes turned to want. I walked in slow, letting the beast taming's affinity carry my goodwill ahead of me, and the big monkeys, still wary, drew back and opened a path. At the cage, the golden monkey had no fight left. It looked at me with big, uncannily knowing eyes, not a beast's ferocity but a child's plea, and a strange intelligence, as if it knew this two-legged thing was its one chance. I crouched, offered the tube. It took it in trembling paws and drank, and light came back into its eyes. Hold still, I'll get you out. I gripped the rusted trap and forced it open, the perfect body strength bending steel that could snap a wolf's leg like dough, and lifted the monkey free, dusted the special wound medicine into the wound, and rinsed it with spirit water. The bleeding stopped, the wound scabbed as I watched. And the monkey did a startling thing. Instead of fleeing, it threw both arms around my neck and buried its furry head against me, cooing. The big monkeys stopped baring teeth and knuckled the ground toward me, like bowing thanks. Ding! Rare spirit beast, mutant golden macaque, rescued and won over. Beast taming greatly improved. Points plus 100. Traits: very high intelligence. Loyalty 80 out of 100. Can command a monkey troop. A little king in the making. I stroked it, and it leaned into me. From now on, your name's Wukong. Corny for the gold coat and the cleverness, but it fit. It seemed to like the name, nuzzling in. I scattered a handful of town-bought fruit candy to the troop, tucked Wukong into my coat with only its small head out, and went down the mountain. Home by dark. I'd barely opened the door when Wukong poked its head out to inspect the new place. "AI, what's that?" A monkey. Li Xiuyan, sweeping, cried out in delight. Yaya bolted off the Kong without her shoes. "A monkey. A gold monkey. Uncle, is it son Wukong?" "It is. Its name's Wukong." I set it on the Kong, and the little thing, not shy at all, turned a nimble somersault despite the bad leg and bowed to the two women till they laughed out loud. Wukong seemed to know who ran the house. It shinnied up and hugged Su Xiaoya's finger, all sweetness. Land sown, house rising, and now a watchman. Only Liao Wen's reply left to wait on. Once the steel came, the manor would go up, and I'd be the true master of Xia. The site changed by the day. The men, well fed, worked flat out. The foundation was dug and packed with crushed stone and cement into a hard skeleton, taking shape from a distance. And a new gold streak moved through it. Wukong, in a little red vest Su Xiaya had stitched, its leg not fully healed but unable to sit still, carrying a gourd dipper the way it had watched Li Dazhuang do, bringing water to the workers, chattering, eager. "Huh. Thanks, brother monkey." A sweating laborer laughed, taking the water. "The boss's monkey's a wonder. More sense than me." Wukong bared its teeth proudly, flipped, and ran off to play with Yaya. who was building a castle by the sand heap, passing her small stones. I stood up on the rise with the blueprint, working out the drains with old Jean. Boss, these pipes want laying now, or you're digging it up later, but ceramic pipes hard to get. Brick culverts under stone slabs, sealed tight, I said, and a quest chimed. Ding. Potential threat to your territory detected. Side quest, Guardian of the Land. Using your defenses, spirit pets included, repel the night intruders without involving the authorities. Reward, points plus 100, basic trap mastery skill book. Again, Lai Tucson barely dealt with. Red brick and cement drew eyes, someone always wanting easy money, or just to wreck. I glanced at Wukong swinging from a branch and smiled cold. Kept a soldier 1,000 days. Tonight, Wukong, it's on you. Night, the wind up again. The men gone. The slope dead quiet. Only the half-built wall throwing broken shadows in the moonlight. A few furtive shapes came bent backed up the unfinished track. Second brother, we're really stealing cement? This is Lin Yi's ground. Scared of what? He's home tonight. No time for this. The leader was a slab-faced bruiser, Zhao Hu, Zhao Deju's own nephew and a known village thug. The accountant hadn't the nerve to come himself, so he'd egged his nephew to carry off a little. A bag of cement fetched a few yuan on the black market. A haul like this was a city worker's month's wage. Move. 2 bags each. Grab and run. Zhao Hu waved his 3 underlings at the oilcloth-covered pile. What they never saw. Overhead in the branches, a pair of gold eyes watching cold, and behind them in the dark a dozen more points of green. The troop Wukong had called. The instant Zhao Hu's hand touched the oilcloth, a piercing shriek split the night. What was? Before he could look up, a hail came down out of the trees. Frozen pears, pine cones, stones, frozen clods. Hard and horribly accurate, aimed at heads and joints. My head. Who's hitting me? Ghosts, it's ghosts. The 3 underlings scattered, howling. Wukong dropped like gold lightning straight onto Zhao Hu's shoulders, clawing at his face. And Zhao Hu flailed, slipped, and cracked headfirst into the not-yet-dry cement wall and went down seeing stars. Wukong sprang to the wall top with half a brick raised, teeth bared. Move again, and I finish it. While a dozen big monkeys leapt from the trees, armed, and ringed the thieves in. "Mon, monkeys," an underling quavered, wetting himself. They've gone spirit. Then flashlight beams and running feet. I came up with Li Dazhuang. Zhao Hu scrambled off the ground and ran. Fall back. Go. And the lot of them fled into the dark, dropping their loot. I didn't chase. I looked at the blood spots on the snow, then at Wukong perched on the wall puffing its little chest out for praise, and laughed. Well done. I gave it a handful of white rabbit candy. It hooped, shared it round the troop, then sprang to my shoulder and nuzzled my cheek. Ding. Side quest, Guardian of the Land, complete. Reward, points plus 100, basic trap mastery skill book. Dazhuang. Looks like we don't need a dog. I rubbed Wukong's head, looking after the fled thieves. These monkeys beat any hound. By next morning, Xiaohe was in an uproar again. Zhao Hu and the idlers turned up scratched and bruised, claiming they'd fallen in a ditch on a night walk, but anyone could see those were claw marks. And paired with the eerie noises off the west slope, a new story spread. Lin Yi was a mountain god reborn, with a divine beast guarding his house, and whoever stole from him met disaster. And with that, the small-time vermin who'd been circling gave it up for good. Money mattered, but you needed a life to spend it. By next morning, Xiaohe was in an uproar again. Zhao Daju's nephew Zhao Hu and the idlers turned up bruised and clawed, claiming they'd fallen in a ditch on a night walk. But the marks told another story, and paired with the eerie noises off the west slope, a new tale spread. Lin Yi was a mountain god reborn, with a divine beast guarding his house, and whoever stole from him met disaster. The petty vermin who'd been circling gave it up for good. From then on, the west slope was forbidden ground. At noon, a low engine roar broke the quiet. Not a tractor's put-put, but the bellow of big trucks. 3 Army Green Liberation trucks rolled up in a cloud of dust and stopped at the foot of the slope. A young man in a 4-pocket cadre coat swung down. "Excuse me, is Comrade Lenny here?" I came down at the sound. "That's me. Comrade Lin. Little Zhang, from the County Revolutionary Committee. Secretary Liao sent me with your materials." He pressed a manifest into my hand. Special handling, the secretary said. The rebar and glass you wanted, and a load of cement, all on the trucks. And these 50 top-grade apple saplings and grape vines the agri-station released. The secretary saw to that himself. I ran my eye down it. 2 tons of rebar, 50 crates of plate glass, a whole truck of grated cement. None of it to be had at any co-op. Hot goods money couldn't buy. With that steel, my manor wouldn't be a mud house, but a true reinforced concrete fortress. Once it stood, I could finally stop worrying. As the old saying goes, it's not the thief coming that frightens you. It's the thief remembering you. Thanks Secretary Liao for me. I set Li Dazhuang and the men to unloading, and when the cold gleaming steel came off, the gawking villagers went stiff. They'd never seen the like. Merciful heaven, that's rebar? The stuff they build towers with. County trucks, delivering to him. This Lin Yi's someone. Best not to cross him. My standing rose another notch. Before it had been money, now it was power. Money and power both. A local emperor, above even the village head. Trucks away, the blueprint could open all the way. Dazhuang, tell the brothers to dig in. With this steel we pour a cast roof, and rebar in the walls too. Right, Brother Lin. Sturdier than a bunker. Then I went to the saplings, 50 apple trees, dozens of grapevines. Money trees to come. But my mind ran past selling fruit. Fruit spoils and travels badly. But wine? I remembered a wild fruit liquor of the Changbai, ruined by crude, old methods. With spirit water and a special recipe out of the herb identification, winemaking. A road to real profit, and liquor keeps, mellows, ages. The perfect trade for a mountain hollow. Ding. New commercial idea detected. Side quest, mountain nectar. Within the hills, find and gather at least 3 wild fruits fit for wine. Mountain grape, magnolia vine, etc. Reward, points plus 100, basic distilling equipment blueprints. The system always kept up with my thinking. But that means another trip up the mountain. I looked toward the deep range, where the wine fruit grew, and where that unfinished business, the tiger, still waited. With the steel now, I could try building the bow. In the life before I'd seen a compound hunting bow with high-tension steel limbs, brutal power. Materials in hand at last. I only wanted a good string, and the best string is tiger sinew. But no tiger sinew without killing the tiger, and no killing the tiger without the bow, a dead loop. No, there's another. My eye fell onto Huang grazing. Ox sinew. Aged, specially cured. Not tiger's equal, but tough enough. Time to lay in some sinew. Su Xiaoya was washing clothes in the yard. She wiped her hands and came. That truck, from the county? Liao Wen's doing. The materials are all here. The manor goes up soon. And tonight, I've something to show you. She flushed, thinking I meant some night mischief, but I drew from the space a thick book, a high school math text I'd salvaged from the county scrap buying station. This is, she stared. For you. I put it in her hands, grave. Xiaoya, don't let your books go. I've a feeling the world's about to change, and when it does, knowledge is the key that turns fate. She held the worn book, looked into my eyes, and something struck her hard. A fierce nod, tears turning in her eyes, and a smile brighter than a flower. Ding. Su Xiaoya feels the host's deep care and foresight. Admiration up, points plus 50. The next day, the walls already rising. The 3-meter gray brick wall a mile past a man's height in places. I left the site to old Zhang and went with Wukong for the wine fruit. Not deep this time, but along the range's edge toward the broadleaf woods on the neighboring village's line, sheltered and sunny, where wild fruit runs thick. The herb site open, I found them. Under a sunlit crag, dead vines hung with clusters of deep purple berries frozen hard but jewel clear, wild mountain grape, and a fine strain at that. Wukong helped, snatching the high clusters no man could reach, and the basket filled. Nearby I turned up magnolia vine and a red wild kiwi the locals call soft jujube. 3 fruits, done. I was about to head back when Wukong stopped chewing, ears up, and chittered urgently toward a ridge. That ground ran close to the neighboring Kaoshantan. On the wind came a man's drunken bellowing, cursing, and under it the frightened crying of children. You cost me. Nothing but a burden, the pair of you. No firewood, no supper. I'll sell you off for drink money. My eyes went cold. Plenty of men beat their families in these years, But this was a drunk raging at children and talking of selling them. I went to look. Over a bank, in a gully below, a red-faced man reeking of liquor stood over two ragged, terrified teenage girls huddled together in the snow, one shielding the other, who looked sick, sisters, near-grown, but children still. And he was threatening to hand them that night to some predatory older man in the next village for 100 yuan of bride price. I didn't watch it play out. A thrown stone cracked the belt out of his hand before it could fall, and I stepped down off the bank, Wukong bare-teethed on my shoulder. He spun, blustering, "My family's business. I'm their father," until he saw the cleaver and the strange gold monkey and half-sobered. I paid him no mind, put two warm white flour buns into the older girl's hands, and fixed him with a look. "This mountain's the beast's ground and mine. Let me catch you beating anyone up here again, or selling a child, and I'll throw you in a wolf den to sober up." An arrow into the snow at his feet finished it. He fled without his belt. To the two frightened girls I said only that I was Lin Yi, from the west slope of Xiahe, and that if it ever came to it and they'd nowhere to turn, they could come there. Then I shouldered the basket and left. Children in a bad house. Nothing more I could do but that, and I put it out of my mind. Home. I said nothing of it to anyone. I had about to build. Ding. 3 wine fruits gathered. Side quest, mountain nectar complete. Reward, points plus 100, basic distilling equipment blueprints. I set Li Xiulian and Su Xiaoya to washing and drying the fruit, cull the bad, keep the good, dry them well, and slipped a few drops of spirit water into the wash basin when no one looked. My secret ingredient, good for everything. Then I ducked into the work shed where the steel lay. Besides the rebar, I dug out of the scrap a few high-tension leaf spring plates, truck springs, superb elastic steel, the thing I'd truly wanted. Dazhuang, work the bellows. The forge went red, stripped to the waist. I heated a plate, laid it on the anvil, and swung the hammer, the ring of it carrying across the slope. I forged the spring steel into 2 flat limbs, a hard birch grip between, and simple fixed pulleys at the tips. No fine cams like the later kind, but even fixed wheels saved draw force and lifted the arrow's speed. By sundown, a strange, black, cold gleaming steel bow sat in my hand. Rough, but 150-pound pull, past any ordinary man, and just right for me. For a string, I took an aged oxback sinew from the space. Bought deer at the slaughterhouse, spirit water-soaked and specially cured, astonishingly tough. Twisted it to cord and strung the limbs. A flick of a finger and it thrummed a deep, muffled note like far thunder. A good bow. With it and the 3-edged armor-piercing arrows I'd ground from rebar, even a tiger's skull would open. That night, I brought the bow in. Su Xiaoya sat over the math book, brow knit at something. She glanced at the fierce black bow and went a little pale. For hunting, I hung it and stepped behind her, looking at the page. "This one's not hard," said X as a couple of words of guidance. She turned, startled. "You know this?" "Learned a bit off an old sent-down youth." I brushed it aside. "Don't ruin your eyes, sleep." She flushed and blew out the lamp, and we lay together in the dark. But I didn't sleep. Behind my eyes, the danger sense twitched. Not for here. Something far off, from the deep hills. Faint on the wind and snow, I seemed to hear a tiger's roar, thick with rage and hunger, rolling across the whole range. The beast couldn't hold back. It was hunting me, or hunting the root I'd stolen. "Come, then," I said in the dark, fist closing. Bow in hand, arrow on the string. Who's hunter and who's prey is still an open question. Days on, the manor's main walls topped out, old Zhang's men raising the beams, red pine logs thick as water barrels, sweet with resin, Da Huang hauling on the ropes. I stood off with the blueprint, talking window styles with Su Xiaoya, big panes for light, double glass for warmth. A smoke flew for a heated wall against the winter when a shriek tore in from the village mouth. "Help! A tiger's eating people." A man came staggering up, drenched in blood and pitched face first into the snow, a long red smear behind him. "That's Suzi, the hunter from the next village." I shoved the blueprint at Su Xiaoya and ran. His left thigh was torn open to the bone, the wound a ragged bite. I dusted it with the blood-staunching powder. Tiger," he gasped, eyes glassy. "The big one. It's come down. Crow's mouth pass. Still there, feeding." And he fainted from the pain. The crowd went up like a kicked pot. Crow's mouth was 3 li off. Panic spread like plague. Ding. Extremely dangerous creature near your territory. Severe threat to the clan. Emergency side quest. Tiger Scourge. The Lord of Beasts has come down for revenge and drawn blood. Unremoved, it will treat this place as its larder. Within 3 days, kill or drive off the tiger. Failure. Random clan casualties possible. At the last line my eyes went to iron. This beast wouldn't be left alive. Dazhuang, get Ert Suzy to the clinic. Tell the village head to warn everyone off the mountain and pin the animals. And you? Su Xiaya caught my sleeve, white-faced. I'll go look. It dared come down, it won't go back up. I fetched the new steel bow and 3 armor-piercing arrows and the spade. Wukong sprang to my shoulder, gold fur bristling, glaring toward the pass. Coming? Then mind me, don't run wild. 1 man, 1 monkey, off toward the blood smell under the whole village's frightened eyes. Crow's mouth was a churned red ruin, frozen blood black-purple, scraps of meat, a gnawed dog bone. I read the tracks, plum blossom prints big as wash basins, sunk deep. 600 jin, easily. And they didn't run back into the deep hills. They ran along the foot of the range, toward Kaoshan Tun. My gut dropped. Kaoshan Tun was lower, its houses scattered, and it was where those 2 children lived. The beast had the taste of blood now and was going for a buffet. Wukong, keep up. I dropped all cover and ran flat out, an arrow off the string, the danger sense wide open, the red death point in my mind sliding fast. At the tail of Kaoshan Tun, before a broken thatch house, the drunk father, Tian Laochi, came weaving home with his bottle, cursing his daughters under his breath. He pushed the fence gate, looked up muzzily, and the bottle shattered on the ground. Not 5 meters off, a vast striped tiger lay draped over his low pigsty wall, a still twitching piglet in its jaws, gold slit eyes on him. In the sty the sow screamed. Inside the house came the terrified cries of the 2 girls. Tian Laochi's legs went, and he sat down hard in the snow. The tiger dropped the piglet, more interested in the 2-legged thing, licked the blood off its muzzle, and coiled to spring, a roar splitting the little village's quiet. Tian Laochi scrabbled backward toward the house on all 4s. Girls, shut the door. The tiger. And in his terror, even he thought of the daughters he used to use as a whipping post. Inside, the 2 sisters cowered, and yet the older one set her teeth and darted to the door to drag the drunk in. As she cracked it open, the tiger moved, 600 jin over the fence like a black wind, contemptuous of the flimsy door, and half the thatch wall came down in a crash. Tian Laochi bowled into the room. The great head shoved through, cold eyes sweeping the 3 inside. It had eaten a dog and taken a pig. Its blood was up. It bent for the nearest throat, Tian Laochi's. Thrum. A muffled thunder note tore across hundreds of meters of wind and snow, and behind it a shriek of air. A black 3-edged armor-piercing arrow came through the broken wall like a dark meteor and buried itself half its length in the tiger's left shoulder. The beast screamed and slewed sideways, its bite going wide, snapping a table leg instead of a neck, and wheeled its bloodshot eyes to the door. 100 meters off under a great tree I stood, the steel bough still up, the string still humming, and let it see me. Beast, your quarrels with me. It knew me at once. The human who'd stolen its treasure, an old grudge and new pain drove it mad. It abandoned the house and came for me in a death charge, 600 jin shaking the ground, 100 meters nothing to it. Good. I didn't back up. Second arrow knocked, drawn, closer now, the threat greater, the danger sense screaming its every next step. 50 meters. I held my breath, locked on the great head, loosed, dead for the brow. But the beast had learned. Mid-stride it wrenched its head aside, and the arrow shaved past, took an ear and plowed a bloody furrow along its skull without cracking the bone. 20 meters, too close for the bow. I dropped it, spade in one hand, cleaver in the other. Wukong. Up the tree, and the monkey shot up with the paper packets of quicklime I'd given it. The tiger leapt, its shadow blotting the light, 4 paws like hooks for my chest, jaws for my throat. I didn't dodge. I threw the spade's edge up into its good foreleg with everything I had, steel meeting claw with a ringing crack, the shock splitting my grip open, and 2 of its claws came away. It screamed and lost its balance, And from the tree, Wukong's packet burst wide across its face. Quicklime, blinding, burning, and it flung its head in agony. I threw the spade, took the cleaver in both hands, and drove in under the soft of its jaw. That's where I'll leave it. Its great body convulsed, claws raking lines down my back, and I held the hilt and did not let go until the mountain of it went still beneath me. The wind dropped. I shoved the carcass off and stood, blood-soaked, heaving. In the wrecked house, the two girls clung together, safe, staring, unharmed, both of them. The beast had taken nothing but a piglet. That was all I needed to see. But out of the ruin, Tian Laochi came crawling, not toward his children, toward the tiger, toward the great oil-sleek hide. Greed swallowed his terror whole. Mine. It died in my yard. Heavens paid me back. No one takes it. Mine. And he lunged for the tail like a mad dog. I lifted my head, wiped the blood from my face, and let a cold smile come. Ding. Emergency quest, Tiger Scourge, complete. Solo kill, reward critical. Special trophy note. Something exceedingly rare seems to be forming inside this tiger. I gripped the still dripping cleaver, looked at the oblivious drunk clawing at the hide, and at the blinking question mark on the panel. Seems today, I don't only kill a tiger. I teach a man, too.